Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hello there. Hello. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches.
Hello, Father. Hello, I love you.
All right, let's check that microphone. It seems like it's at the right level, appropriate. Hear the stream. Not in the red, just at the top of the yellow. We like that. We like that very much. And the captions are good. They're working. They're coming through on my end. If anyone who uses the closed captions wants to confirm, that'd be cool. But otherwise, we're good to go. Be there in a moment. All right, welcome in. Welcome in. Happy whatever day of the week it is. Checks the computer. Thursday, March 13th, 2025. Let me scroll up, all the way up, and say hello, hello, hello. Oh God, so much energy right now. You ever have one of those days where you feel like you could like just run through a wall? I haven't been feeling well, and I'm like feeling great today. 1, feeling good. 2, I accidentally had some extra caffeine. I didn't know that this drink that I had caffeine in it. It has 30 milligrams of caffeine, which is like not that much. It's like less than half a cup of coffee. But when you don't drink that much, it definitely affects you. Anyway, I had that at like noon, so here we are. Twinderella, welcome in. Welcome in. Ate It Dads, welcome in. That was me. I redeemed a high sound because I couldn't figure out if it was working or not. Boris, welcome in. Nudes in this Christian server? Who says it was a Christian server? I'm an atheist, friend. Sorry, I don't know if I've ever actually said that out loud. Anyway, here we are. Lemon, welcome in. Welcome in. Sofilov, hello. Good to see you. Carly, good day. Welcome in. Cyborg, good afternoon. Baker, early burbs indeed. Go burbs. Go early burbs. Belos, hello. You have to have seen ancient Christian art. Lots of nudes. Correct. The song of my youth. Which song was that? Hello Mutta. Hello Fada. Was it that one? Me too. Me too. Whose knows? Welcome in. Good afternoon. Oh, we all made it another one. High five. Indeed. Cyborg, tell me about Pasta Quest. I did not hear about Pasta Quest.
Hello.
That sounds great. Love your hat. Thank you. It's got pastas on it. Baker, everyone is over their icky from the other day. Pretty much. I have a little like sniffle going on, but like that's sort of lingering. Nice shirt. Thank you. It's from Canada. I bought it there. I don't know. Today felt like a good day to wear the Canada shirt. Velas, it did definitely affect me. The like it was one of those the brand is called Hoplark, and they have these like teas, right? They're like hoppy teas. I was drinking them a long time ago when I first stopped drinking, and they're like Citra hops. They're super hoppy and they're really good. Um, I thought that I bought the one without the caffeine in it, but I didn't. I looked at it afterwards and I was like, oh, we're in trouble. Hee hee. Twinderella, I'm glad you got your cookies today. I hope you enjoy them. I put them in, I put both of y'all's in the same package. I hope that's okay. So I'm glad you're taking a break. You deserve a break from the painting. You've been painting a lot, and we deserve to take those breaks. Yes, I love the maple leaf. This was the most obnoxious Canada shirt I could find while I was up there. It was just, I was looking for one that just said Canada on it as big as it could possibly say it. And I can't wait to just wear this all the time in public, in everywhere. I don't know. Cyborg says my New Year's resolution this year is to eat as many different pasta shapes as possible. Ooh, what is Vesuvio? I love this. I love this quest because pasta shapes are many and varied, and they all have fun names, and I only know like 10 of them off the top of my head, and they are like the common ones. Do you have a goal in mind, like a numbered goal, a numerical goal? Like I want to hit 50 or something like that? Or is it just like let's just go and see how far we can get? Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. It's good to see you. Robbie, you're almost at 100 check-ins. You're so close. You have four more till the big hundo. Whose knows? I agree. That is an amazing goal. Don't wear a zippered hoodie, because then it would just say nah. Wait, hold on. I can't, because then it would just be like nah. Would that be like advertising salt somehow? Megan, welcome in. Good to have you. No goal. Cyborg says, I'm trying to have a purely fun resolution with no constraints. I approve of that. Not that approve. Approve is the wrong word. I appreciate the nature of saying, I'm not putting a number on this. We're just going to go for it. Because for me, putting a number on something is it's a like, oh, if I don't get there, then I'm not going to feel good about myself. Like, which sucks if you don't want to have that be your goal, right? Anyway, welcome y'all. Nice to see y'all. We're what did I do today? I hope y'all are having a good day. Today was sort of a high energy day for me. I've had I slept in last night. I was like, hey Gwen, can you do school drop off today? Because she doesn't do school drop off unless I ask. So I asked, and so I got to sleep in today, which was amazing. Like literally never happens. And like weekends, weekdays, like I don't ever get to sleep in ever. So I asked and got that today, and it was really nice. And I did laundry, I tidied the house, I got ready for some things that I'm doing this weekend, I went to the store, I did more laundry. It was great. It was great. What's going to happen tonight is I'm going to crash. Like, I'm going to be like, oh, I exerted way more energy than I've been exerting in the past, like, 5 days. My body's going to be like, hey, time to not do that anymore. So, anyway, any of y'all watch Survivor? Total non sequitur, but that was the last thing I did before I went to bed last night, was watch Survivor. It was a wild Survivor last night. Cyborg says, it's possible that I took part in some herbal supplements and went down an internet rabbit hole and ordered like 50 pounds of different pasta shapes. Holy shit, that's so amazing. That's so amazing. I love that. I love that. I'm very familiar with both the rabbit hole and the motivation. Surfless says, I don't ever get to sleep in either. I feel you. Yeah, it's like I just get up at between 6:30 and 7 a.m. every day. Most days. Weekends, Sunday morning, I might sleep in until 8:30, but I'm still the first one up. Like it doesn't matter that it's 8:30. Like I'm still the first one up. Which is fine. Gwen's also the one that goes to work every day or has like a full-time job and brings in like most, our household income. So, I do the household and child things. She does the working things and like balance, right? Megan says, now that it's getting nicer out, I'm going to make my kids start riding their bikes to school. We're in this terrible, like, school is not very far from where I live, right? Calvin's school is not very far, but when it was in the negatives for like a couple weeks in a row, we got into the habit of like hopping in the car and driving to school. And it's a really bad habit to be in, and I'm in it now. And my sleep schedule is like, okay, I need to start getting up like 15 minutes earlier because I'm in the habit of now driving, and it's not ideal. Because Daisy doesn't get her walk in the morning. I'm not getting my steps in like I usually do. Not that I like have a huge step goal. But I do like getting, hitting my step goal every day. It's not even an aggressive one. My step goal is 5,500 steps. That's not that many steps. Baker, what's Chef's Table? I feel like I've seen that one. Before, but I can't. There's like so many food shows. Which one is that? Tornarella says, I fell down a Trader's UK rabbit hole after season 3 finale of the US version. Season 3 finale of the US version was amazing. I was so happy with the outcome of that show, and I love the fact that it was. I love the fact, like, no spoilers, and no spoilers, but like, it was a unique outcome, and it was one that like during the show I was like, there's no way this is gonna happen. It did. And it was great. Broad stories of chefs and their environment, stories and backgrounds. They have one for general cooking, one for noodles, pizza. I feel like, okay, was there a Chef's Table with Chris Bianco from the pizza guy? I feel like that might be the one I'm thinking of. Side note, this camera is like 1 centimeter in the wrong direction. There we go. Okay, see. Okay, good. Yeah. Such a good finale. Yes, so was. Fun thing about the camera. The scene is designed so that the camera, this thing lines up with the center line on the fridge. So if that's like off, I will adjust the camera. There is a Chris Bianco episode. Okay, I've definitely seen that. Yeah, I've definitely seen that one then. That was a good, yeah. Okay, I know that show. I've seen that. Speaking of Chef's Table. Wait. When am I going to make pizza today? Who knows? I've been craving pizza so hard. I'm always craving pizza. Just like perpetually. Like I would eat pizza every day. It would be hard, but I could do it. I feel like I could do it. We're not making pizza today, but we are making noodles. Craven is on Netflix. I'm not familiar. What did I see? What did I watch the other night? I watched the newer Nosferatu movie, having never seen the original. And I'm not gonna lie, I was underwhelmed. But what do I know? Trinidad says, I've been craving butter chicken at 9. Tale as old as time. Next thing you're gonna tell me you're gonna be craving your sweet and sour soup or your hot and sour soup. Yeah, it just came out in theaters and it's already on Netflix. No, that's never a good sign. Straight to Netflix is like I don't know. Is that bad anymore? Straight to DVD used to be like, ugh, get away. Wait, that was a T. There we go. But now I feel like I don't know. I don't go. The last thing I saw in the movie theaters was Wicked, and before that, it was the Barbie movie. I don't even know what was before that. I see like one movie in the theater a year. I watch more on TV, so like I'd rather it just go straight to TV. I'll watch it there. On your pizza, garlic. Who's known says garlic sauce, goat cheese, pepperoni with jalapeno and onion. Ooh, like a white garlic sauce? That would be so good. I love Nosferatu. It was disgusting is a good word. It was a good movie. It was entertaining. I definitely was like kind of, I don't know. I was intrigued. I feel like there's all the folks that are like the movie wonks and the folks that like get real into, film. Folks that go hard on defending like Nosferatu are folks that call movies films. No offense no offense meant, but I am not one of those people. I'm just going to watch The Big Lebowski like 17 times and we'll call it a lifetime. You're a fan of the new one? It was one of your favorite movies. Wow. That is, I mean, it's one of like the few movies I've seen this year. So I will say, when I sit down to watch a movie, it's usually because it's gotten a lot of good good feedback, maybe. When it's like in the cultural lexicon, it's like, oh, you gotta see this, you gotta see this. Like those are the things that I'll wait until they come out on streaming and then I'll like watch it. Which was the case for this one. I saw it, and it was on Peacock, and I was like, oh, damn, this is out? Okay, I'll watch this. So I did. Amber, welcome in. A white garlic sauce, who's knows? I love a white garlic sauce. A white sauce on pizza is so good. Not in Getty. Hello. Good day. Good day. I don't call anything a film. I just love the movies. I've never seen a movie I didn't like. That's great. I'm just not a movie person generally. Like I never really got into the habit of going to the movies like as a kid. And I feel like I never got that as an adult. I think there's just a part of me that just doesn't glom on to like media in general, like TV, movies, like visual media. Like YouTube's really the only thing that's stuck for me in terms of like what I actually watch. But yeah, Nosferatu kind of broke through the noise, I guess. So like, take my criticism of the movie Nosferatu with like with a grain of salt that's like the size of a basketball, because I don't know anything about movies or how to judge them, how to like absorb them in a genuinely critical way. I was just like, I don't know what I was expecting, if that makes sense. I didn't like Bridge to Terabithia or Where the Red Fern Grows, Sita says, but that's a me problem. I mean, that's fair. I remember the names of those. I don't remember. Is Where the Red Fern Grows the one where they like listen, spoiler alert, okay? I'm gonna like ruin the end of where that is. But isn't that the one that's like the red fern grows where like the dog was buried? I feel like I remember that one. What was the one that I watched growing up? Island of the Blue Dolphins. I watched that one like 100 times. And Hook. I watched Hook a bunch. I don't know. I didn't have TV when I was a kid. Basically from like age 11 on, we didn't even have like an antenna in the house. Trinella says, I have called movies films, but I blame it on my cousin. His documentary went to a ton of film festivals a few years ago. Well, they do call them film festivals. I think if you're the type of person who calls Cars 2 a film instead of a movie, that's who I'm talking about. Or you're just like, I have to say this because I think it implies it implies internal knowledge to the external world, right? It's like, to me, it feels like posturing, but I don't know. Whatever. I got my dog and cried so damn hard reading Where the Red Fern Grows. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. See, I do remember the plot of that one. Sorry if I spoiled it for anybody who's like currently reading Where the Red Fern Grows. I thought I pulled Homeward Bound out of the VHS cabinet, and it was actually Where the Red Fern Grows. I mean, they both have dogs, right? But one of them has talking animals, and the other one doesn't. Cars 2 is an excellent film. Girl says, I just pulled that out of my head. I bet it was amazing. Honestly, I have no opinion on Cars 2. I would not watch Cars 2 though, because I have not seen Cars 1, and I think that there's probably some integral plot elements and character development that would be missed. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let's make some potatoes. I told you I was fired up today. I had like 30 extra milligrams of caffeine today, so don't want any spoilers for key plot points. Right. Yeah, we can't spoil that. Fellas, enjoy your lark. Homeward Bound is wholesome. What are the dogs' names in Homeward Bound? Chance and something. Chance and something, and then there's it was a cat, Sadie. Why do I remember that? Damn. Sassy. Okay. The way I've never cried at a book or movie has me concerned. Who knows? I do not empathize. I do not relate to that in any way. I will cry at a commercial on television. I will tear up at quite literally anything. Mr. Candy Apple. Who's that? That's an interesting one, Amber. I don't know. I'm here though. A well-made commercial? Yeah, Baker. A well-made commercial is just like, oh, Milo and Otis. I don't remember Milo and Otis. Yeah, Baker, if the story hits, I'm just like, I'm done. Is it my trauma? Maybe. Maybe you're also just maybe it's just like you have a cognitive disconnect from something on the screen. Shadow, right. I don't think there's anything wrong about not getting emotional watching a movie or a show or whatever. Some people just don't. Some people don't get scared either. Like, for me, when I'm watching a movie, it takes a lot to get me to jump, right? To get me to be like, oh. Same thing in real life. I don't get scared by much. And I mean, like, boo, whatever, for example, haunted houses, right? I'm just like, like Jane in Daria, that's just like me at a haunted house. I'm just like, whatever. Not like try harder, but like, I just don't believe it. I will get scared. I don't get scared in a movie. I get startled. And there's a big difference. Baker says, I do not like jump scares. Yeah. I don't get startled very easily. Like loud noises, like big loud noises don't make me like jump. Generally speaking. The most scared. Cena says the most scared I got in the haunted house was when my cousin almost strangled me by pulling on my shirt because she was so scared. Yeah, I would be like, stop. Like, okay, that would be scary. Asphyxiation, actual asphyxiation, definitely scary. Agreed. It does feel like a cheap tactic, Baker. You're like, okay. I'm always the one. Somehow, whenever I go to a haunted house, which is extremely rare, I probably haven't been to one in a couple years, but whenever I do go to a haunted house, it's like I'm always the one that gets like pulled in, right? Where they they pull someone out of your group and take you through like a hallway and then like shoot you back out into your group like a little while later. Like I'm always the one that gets pulled in because I'm not usually the one that's like doing this. I'm just like kind of looking at the people and sort of like walking through, you know. Mello says my polymyositis, if I get a good jump scare, I get a bunch of pain. That definitely would be like, yeah, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to keep things like, I would not, yeah. If you have like a physical reaction, that would be a good reason to avoid it. Real life thing scares me. Who's knows says like a nice family that casually murders children. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of Netflix content about that. Gwen prides herself on having watched and consumed every single like serial killer / like any sort of like horrific event documented in an hour and a half long Netflix special. She's seen it, guaranteed. Yeah, see, I'm definitely not going to freak out and hit them. That's true. They probably look at me and be like, they're like, oh, this guy's fine. Let's grab him. Which makes sense and is also true. Okay, let me get these potatoes out because I want to get started. So, made these potatoes yesterday, served them to Calvin last night for dinner, and he said they were really good. So that was great. That was a nice like validation, right? We love that. My best friend is a crime and court junkie, Baker says, and watches all of the things. I am not. I'm like the opposite of that. I probably listen to like what was that first? There was like the podcast that sort of broke that genre into the mainstream about the guy in like Maryland or something. It was very it was like the biggest thing. And it like put that sort of genre of podcast into the mainstream. And I forget what it was, but I listened to that. That's the one I listened to. But I haven't really, I don't know. It's again, just not a genre of entertainment that I end up with. It was not Richard Simmons. And oh man. I feel like I have the energy of Richard Simmons today for some reason. You ever watched a Richard Simmons episode? You ever just like watched one of those shows, one of those like episode or whatever, his like tapes? The so much energy. I heated up some leftover roasted potatoes and threw some Italian blend cheese on it because of the stream yesterday. Who's knows says amazing. I love that roasted potatoes are just like they just keep in the fridge for a while. I can't not feel horrible for the people involved. Yeah, stick to my cooking and gardening and anime. Yeah, I feel like to me it just sort of it. Eventually, Gwen will be watching something on the TV and I'll like hear it and I'll be present to it. And to me, it just sort of desensitizes you to it, which is weird. And I don't know that I want to be desensitized to it. I guess I just don't know. I guess I just don't want. I don't need that sort of. It's like to what end? I don't know. It feels very like okay. You know, murder, kidnapping, like all, and you're just like, okay, but that's so, I'm just like, now I'm overwhelmed with like bad vibes. I'm enjoying caffeinated loot. Yeah, well, I will not be enjoying it when I can't get to sleep tonight at 11 p.m. So he did seem like so much fun. He did. I think my favorite thing about Richard Simmons was the fact that even as, and I do not mean this in a bad way. Richard Simmons was like always genuinely himself. And I love the fact that as he aged and was like balding, that he just never gave up that hair. He was just like, I'm going for it to the end. And he did. He's recognizable, right? It's like, how else do you know who he is, right? If Richard Simmons had a shaved head, you'd be like, who's this guy? I have not seen Pauly Shore's Richard Simmons. But I bet that's a good one. So I wrote this recipe up yesterday. Here it is. I typed it, then I printed it like a Luddite, like the Luddite that I am, on my home printer. And we're gonna do, first thing today, we're going to make these potatoes. So yeah, that should be pretty easy. Oh, hello, friends. Nice to have y'all. Ginger, welcome in. Let me say hello to new friends who just joined us. I feel like the shirt, was it the shirt? It was the shirt. It had to have been the shirt. Welcome to one of my favorite Canadians, Gingerbread Beauty. If you were hanging out here on this stream just now, I would encourage you to go follow Ginger. Ginger's a full-time variety streamer from Canada. Wait, wrong direction. There we go. Streams five days a week. Super regular schedule. So if you're the type of person who's like loves a streamer with a regular schedule, and has really amazing community interactions. There's so many like bells and whistles and things to do as like a chatter on that stream. It's like, I'm always amazed. Anyway, welcome in, friends. I'm going to say hello to y'all. I'm going to introduce myself and tell you a little bit about the channel, and then we're going to cook some potatoes. Rob, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Dark Lord Snuggles. Hello. Watsy, good to have you. Lisa Mack, welcome. Oh, whoa, hold on. I just bumped all the way down to the bottom. We can't do that. We got to go back up. There we go. Lisa Mack, hello. Food Ghosts, hello. Alcherion, welcome. JP the Joker, hello, hello. T-Bonesk, good to have you. Commando Squeak, I love your name. Scissorman, welcome back. Struggle Monster, hello. I also like your name. I relate. Al Can't Hang, hello, Al. Nice to have you. Now I know why Ginger rated. Yeah, it's we're like, what? I was gonna say like bees to honey, but like bees make honey, so like bees to pollen. I don't know. Whatever. Phoenix Audubon, hello. Double S Loco, welcome in. J Dubs. Ginger, nice to have you. Go birds indeed. Chef Larry, hello. This shirt is why we love this shirt. This shirt is new. It's the first time I'm wearing it on stream, and I bought it in Toronto. I supported our friends to the north, despite being from the United States. Despite being from the US, I bought the shirt in Canada. Okay, hold on. Why is I can't scroll. It's not letting me scroll. Literally, it's not letting me scroll back up in the chat. What is happening?
Excuse me, Daddy?
That's
sorry.
fine.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
Someone had to do it. Someone had to. So while I fight with my chat to see if I can scroll back up to where I was, which is not letting me do it right now. Let me introduce myself. It's nice to have y'all. Nix, hello. Oh my god. Why I am sometimes OBS is just like, no, we don't want to help today. We're not going to do it for you. So maybe we could, oh, there it goes. Okay, here we go. We did it. We got to scroll back up. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I say hi to the folks. CR Caps, hello. Our home and native land. Campy Dave, welcome in. My favorite Canadian is Chad Kroger, famously of Nickelback. Oof. Well, we'll take what you can get. I think what did I do? Anyway, welcome in, friends. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a food stream. We do mostly cooking here. We do some IRLs, less IRLs than cooking. So it is mostly in the kitchen. If you're new to the stream and you are like, hey, I like cooking, but I don't like to be called out, follows are silent. So if you're like, hey, maybe I'll just follow and come back later and see what this is all about. There's no bells, there's no whistles, and I'm not going to be like, thanks for following. Anyway, welcome in. Most of the time on this stream, we're doing vegetable-forward family meals for myself and my partner and our son, who is 9 years old. Today, we're doing a couple things. We're doing a potato recipe. So I also do some recipe development for a couple different places, publications, etc. Today we're doing a test. We worked on a recipe yesterday to start, and now we're doing a test of that recipe as it's been written. After we finish that test, we're going to do pasta. We're going to hand roll some pasta. I've got this nice pasta rolling device, well used, well loved. We're going to roll some pasta. We're going to make a red sauce. We're going to put things in that sauce, and then we're going to eat it. Then we're going to cook the pasta also. So that is where we're at. I'm trying to scroll back up again. Can't do it. Not letting me do it. Let's see if it'll load. Nope. OBS is just like, we're not gonna let you do that. So I'm gonna miss saying hi to some of y'all. If I did not, how about this? Baker says, give me some Devin Townsend if we're drafting Canadians. I'm not sure who Devin Townsend is. I'm sorry. That does not make me a good Canadian. And I'm not Canadian, to be fair, but I don't know. But I have friends who are. Fudge Charlie, Bare Naked Ladies Forever. The last time I went to Canada was 3 weeks ago, and when I got off the plane, there was a Bare Naked Ladies song playing in the Toronto airport. It was appropriate. Fudge Darling, hello. Sarah, hello. Welcome in. T-Boats, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate you. Baker says, amazing guitars from Canada and also very weird but fun. Weird but fun. That is the right vibe. I like that vibe. If at some point I can scroll back up and chat, maybe I'll do that. But otherwise, we're gonna get started today. Friends who joined us, welcome. Feel free to lurk. This is a very lurker-friendly stream. I will fill the dead space with the sound of my own voice describing what I'm doing, if that's a thing that you enjoy. So we're cooking today. We're doing a potato recipe. I haven't thought about what to call this recipe. Right now it's just spiced potatoes. I don't know. I was going to call it herb potatoes, but they're not really herbs. It's paprika and garlic, neither of which is an herb. Master Splits. Philly cheesesteak pasta would be amazing. I'd probably, if I was going to do Philly cheesesteak pasta, I would do pasta with beef and then like a white Parmesan type of sauce. Like an Alfredo. That's what it's called. Kind of like an Alfredo. Commander Squeak, need to eat and watch a movie with my cat. I love the evening. I love the rest. I love the next hour and a half, 2 hours that you have planned out. Enjoy the movie. Enjoy the feline companionship. Currently fostering a cat, and the cat has woken me up several times by running around with with her toys in the middle of the night, and I am now playing with the cat for 15 minutes before bedtime every night just to try to not have that happen anymore. Anyway, here's the recipe that we're making today. I was going to hold it up as if you were going to read all of it while I did that. You're not. Spiced potatoes. Prep time, TBD. Cook time, 30 minutes. Servings, 2. Oh, if you were here yesterday, I was like, hey, I'm going to write this recipe and I'm going to scale it up and we'll make it bigger. We're not. Turns out I made the decision. This is just going to be a recipe for 2. If the editor wants it to be for 4 people, I'm literally just going to double the ingredients and I'm going to resubmit it. My cat knows better, but she gets spoiled and shown loads of love, as animals deserve. Loads of love is the only thing that you should be giving to your animals and your kids. But kids aren't for everyone. Neither are animals for that matter, but even your even your even your standoffish turtle deserves love. Starbucks says, better getting woken up by a cat running around with toys than woken up by a cat running around with a mouse in its mouth. Yes, been there too. Been there too. My old cat, RIP. Ginger, enjoy the rest of your day. If you need to, yeah, do whatever you need, hang out, lurk, whatever. Thanks for bringing friends. Thanks for sending folks my way. I hope you're doing well. As an American, I'm sorry. Generally speaking. To all Canadians. Sophia says my 9th grade math teacher taught Chad Kroger and his brother. Wow, that's kind of cool. I wonder what he was like in school. Kathy, hello, welcome in. The cat gifts, yeah, birds. When I was a kid, my cat one day, my dad likes to tell the story about how the cat like caught a bird in his mouth and the bird's wings were like out the side of the cat's mouth and the cat was just like across the ground because the cat's, not the size of a large crow. See, this is my cat carries her toy mice all through the house. My old cat, who is no longer with us, woke me up at least once by jumping on my face and like slashing my face. So, we weren't always friends. Kathy, I see your 140. I'm writing it down. I got you. My old cat only liked Gwen. He did not like everyone else. America should apologize for everything to everyone. Yes. Yeah. We'll start with the Native Americans. Anyway, let's make this recipe and not take this in a distinctly political direction today, despite the shirt. I don't really want to get into a detailed political discussion today. Just in general, I feel like, here's the thing, y'all. I'm an extremely political person. I don't know if you know this about me. I love calling my senators. I love calling my representatives. I love sending them mail and email and faxes and all sorts of stuff, and I have. And I don't generally bring a lot of that to stream because I spend a lot of my time during the day thinking about it and like stewing in it, right? And for me, I see stream as a little bit of an outlet for like, hey, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to like be in the kitchen and cook and whatever. But like, I am an extremely political person. If you've hung out here for any amount of time, even if you haven't, like literally just look at the tags on the channel and guess which side I'm on. Right? So yeah. Levin, I agree with you. You know things are bad when wearing a Canada shirt is political. I agree. And literally I thought about it before I got on stream today. I was like, I'm going to have to talk about this. And then I was like, yeah, okay. It's just, yeah, it's like, I tend not to like dwell on it on stream. But I have been thinking more about I don't know. I've been thinking more about like including some of that in specific ways. And I know that some folks hang out here to not hear that in the same way that I stream to escape some of that thinking. But it really is pervasive. So Mick says, if you pick an item, you can direct the conversation. Yeah, I know. That is true. Sita, I'm sorry you missed the maple syrup boil. That feels like a very Canadian statement to make. I have not been to one. I would love to go to one. That sounds really fun. Okay, let's read this recipe, because here's what's going to happen. We're going to end up getting caught up, and I'm going to be like rolling out pasta at 7 p.m. and that's no good for anyone. I might be rolling out pasta at 7 p.m. anyway, just because I'm like, whatever. Mystery, welcome in. Okay. Only an hour and a half in, and let's read the recipe. Is that true? It's not. I've not been live for an hour and a half. Squints at the teeny tiny number. 51 minutes. It's tough to balance not wanting to ignore it, but not letting it live in your head rent free. When it comes down to it, we still have to live and be happy, or try to. I agree. I think to me, it's more around just expressing, maybe not like grinding my axe on the minutia of the way, like the minutia of the thing, but just like clarifying where I'm at in some ways. The Maple Magic Open House mix. That is amazing. I want to go to that. Who's waiting for the love today since it's Thursday? I am, always. Love me. Sorry, was that too desperate? Spiced potatoes. We'll figure out what to call these later. 2 medium russet potatoes, about 2 cups prepared. 1 tablespoon salted butter. Half a teaspoon of garlic powder, half a teaspoon of paprika, 2 teaspoons of Parmesan cheese, half a teaspoon of salt, plus more to taste, 1/4 teaspoon of pepper, plus more to taste. 1. Prepare the potatoes. Preheat your oven to 400 degrees. Done. Peel the potatoes, then slice into quarters lengthwise. Broccoli, welcome in. Avicii. I've heard of Avicii. That means that they're huge and popular. We love a desperate plea for love. Always. Just, please. Why else, what else does anyone really want in the world? Besides like a full night's rest and potato chips that are like a bag of potato chips that's full and not like halfway. Joe, welcome in. Nice to have you. Okay. Let's peel these. Peel the potatoes, then slice into quarters lengthwise. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Peel the potatoes. I love a Y-shaped peeler. I didn't have a Y-shaped peeler in the house growing up, and I came to the Y-shaped peeler later in life, and I feel like I missed out. If you're in the market for a new peeler, you should buy a Y-shaped one. They're great. They're great. Peel the potatoes. It's funny, my mom's the one who gave me the original format of this recipe, and I told her I was working on it. I called her yesterday. I called her on Tuesday to ask about some of the specifics of it. And she called me today and was like, "Hey, how did it turn out?" She was really excited. And I was like, "That's really cute." I was like, "It turned out great." So, okay. Peel the potatoes, slice into quarters lengthwise. That makes sense. Slice into quarters. That's a weird description, actually. Slice into quarters, because you could also slice this like 1, 2, 3, which I guess actually wouldn't make any difference. Why is chat not letting me scroll up today? Oh. Weird. Okay, I fixed it. Professional streamer. And OBS is a thing that says it lets you lock your docs, and I guess if this doc is locked, I'm using a new chat doc. And I guess if you lock your doc, it like forces it to the bottom all the time. That's weird. Oh, but now I scrolled up really far. We're like back where the raid happened. Is the one you're using now a Y-shaped? Yes. Yeah, it is. As opposed to, do I have another one? I know I have a long form peeler or whatever. Yes. Yeah, it's Y-shaped because it goes across as opposed to vertically. That's why. That's why. Good job, Lou. That was a good joke. Softy says, I just got 4 peelers and I killed my Titan Y by dropping it and the blade snapped after 15 years. 15 years is a long time to have a peeler. Please do weird slices. So, you know, in the like, y'all ever seen that video of the woman's like watching someone put blocks, the shaped blocks, this triangle, circle, square, rectangle blocks into a block, like a children's block container, and they're like, oh, where does this one go? And he's like, this goes in this. She's like, this first one's a square, and it's like, this goes in the square hole, and it goes in. And then she's like, they hold up the round one, and she's like, oh, it goes in the round hole. And the video is like, this goes in the square hole. And anyway, TLDR, he puts all of them in the square hole, and this woman gets more and more frustrated but like it works because they all fit in the square hole. Anyway, the point is that if you're reading something like peel potatoes, then slice into quarters lengthwise, what may happen is that instead of slicing it like I did with this one in half, and then in half again, I'd imagine that someone might slice it like this, in half, or maybe in like 1, 2, 3, 4, like slicing a potato like this, like across, all 4 slices in the same direction of the potato, right? Jason puts them all in the wrong shapes. I know. And it's like, you could just feel this person getting madder and madder and madder, or like just more upset. It's very upsetting to watch. And like, it's sort of a rule in like software development too, where like the user's the user is going to find the path to get to the thing in ways that you never expected, right? Never expected. So this is one where I'm just like, okay, I'm going to cut these. I'm going to cut these in a way that someone might do and see if it works. The video fills me with murderous rage. I know. Doesn't quartering imply symmetrical? You would think, Chase, I would think that. I could say wedge-shaped. Wedge-shaped quarters. Or slice lengthwise into wedge-shaped quarters. Yeah, that's a good. That is a good note, because I really do want them to do that specific thing, wedge-shaped quarters. However, I feel like they would work if they were like this somehow. I don't know. Also, I'm realizing at this moment, wait, 2 servings. I only needed 1 potato for this. Okay. Well, we're literally making a double batch purely by accident. Let's see if these work though. I'm going to do these on 2 different sheet pans. That way it doesn't, because I want to take a picture of the final. These would work. I mean, this slice, all these slices are roughly the same as if I slice them into wedges. So it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. I'm getting a glass bowl out of here. Let me get 2 glass bowls out of here. Okay. I kind of, man, now I'm annoyed at myself. So Fluff says, unrelated, but I'm upset there's a lunar eclipse tonight. I got a telescope for Christmas and it's supposed to snow all evening and night. That does suck. And it's supposed to be like a blood moon too, right? The blood moon rises once again. At least that's what I heard. So much for the intro about a single batch. I know, Baker. What happened was I looked down and it said 2 servings. And also, to be fair, on the recipe itself, I wrote 2 russet potatoes. So I got out 2 russet potatoes, and now I'm doing it with 2 potatoes. But let me confirm, one potato. Wait, hold on. I didn't tear my scale. Nope. No. Oh, see, this is why things take forever. There we go. Okay.
What this means is if you take your time and plan
10 ounces. Okay, yeah, let's make one significant correction to this recipe and write 1 medium russet potato, singular. About 2 cups prepared, which it is. That's about 2 cups prepared. Oh my God. See, and look, I can just scroll up now. Isn't that nice? Sliced sagittally and then coronally. Cyborg, my editor would be like, get out. I don't even know what that means. I'm not complaining about a double batch. No, and these are, I'm just gonna make them and put them in the fridge and they'll just be left over. It's fine. Like, they'll get eaten. They're potatoes. You see, what happened was, so much for my nice picture, So Fluff says, was this one of those things where you can put a camera in the telescope? Mix, I love that. I hope you get to see the thing. I hope you get to bask in the glory. He'll dutifully get a bucket of seawater. What a gift. Okay, we gotta hustle up here because we have an ad that's gonna run at some point soon, probably in about 12 minutes, and so I want to put these in the oven before that happens. All right, these are both 10 ounces, roughly 10 ounces. It says 10 ounces on my sheet, so that's great. Peel the potatoes, slice them into quarters lengthwise. Done. Cut slices into 3/4 inch chunks. Done. You should have about 2 cups of potato. Yes. In a large glass bowl, microwave the butter for 20 to 30 seconds. How much butter? 1 tablespoon of butter. 1 tablespoon. Salted butter. Specifically salted butter. Just making sure I'm calling for salted butter because a lot of people just have unsalted butter. And if they're going to use unsalted butter in this recipe, I'm going to put a little note in there that they should add an extra like 1/4 teaspoon of salt. So, okay. In a large bowl, glass bowl, microwave the butter for 20 to 30 seconds until bubbling. 30 seconds it is. Stir in the garlic powder, paprika, Parmesan, salt, and pepper. I have yesterday's pepper here. Slice once on the X and Y axis. Yeah, that would be, again, that's probably too complex. Broccoli, I hope the moon is good in Eastern PA. I feel like it's supposed to be. I'm not going to, we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to get to see it. Telescope has a camera built in. That's super cool. That is super cool. Lemon Chicken, welcome in. Sita, that sounds like a great dilemma to have. I did know that thunder snow is a thing. Whose knows? I have heard of this. I've never actually experienced it, though. It's made for beginner astrophotography. So that sounds really cool. I have some binoculars that you're supposed to be able to put that you're supposed to be able to like put a camera on or in. Like you're supposed to be able to like hold the camera up to it, but it's never really worked for me. Why did you slice 2 tablespoons of butter? Because I'm making a double batch. That's the main reason. Okay. Stir in the garlic powder, paprika, Parmesan, salt, and pepper. So half a teaspoon of garlic powder, half a teaspoon of paprika, 2 teaspoons of Parmesan, half a teaspoon of salt, a quarter teaspoon of pepper. Stir that in. Let's stir that in with a spoon. Okay. Add the potatoes and stir until completely coated. Great. Completely coated. On a sheet pan, spread potatoes in a single layer. Ah! No! Damn it! All my sheet pans are in the oven, and the oven's hot. Everything's hot. See, this is what happens. I use the oven to dry the things when they come out of the sink. When I'm done washing them, I will often put things in the oven just to dry. So I then leave them there, and we end up with extremely hot sheet pans. Okay, so on a sheet pan, spread potatoes in single layer. Great, let's do it. Now, here's what's going to happen with these. They're going to get a little aggressively overcooked because the sheet pan was already ripping hot when I put them on here. But maybe it won't be that bad because they're probably going to be, they'll probably be okay. Okay, we're going to do both batches in the oven at the same time. So we're going to do a second batch right now. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a second batch of these. We're going to pop those in the oven all at the same time. Then we're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some words on stream. We're going to run a 3-minute ad, and then we'll be back post ad. Man. Docs. Chat. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I literally closed my chat window and now I can't see it anywhere. It won't open back up. Okay, we're just going to open the direct streamer bot chat window. Here we go. Okay. Hey, listen, if you chat, I opened a brand new chat window and the first thing that's in there is Cyborg saying we are lost. If you said something before that, I am not going to see it and I'm sorry. Say it again. Please say it again. This is why we have backups. The backups to the backup to the backup. OBS is just like, OBS is really being a punk today. In not a good sense of being a punk. The like, what's wrong with you? Like, in that like, you punk kid sense. Actually, no, that's probably good too. Okay. Half a teaspoon of garlic powder. Half a teaspoon of paprika. 2 teaspoons of Parmesan. 1, 2, half a teaspoon of salt, quarter teaspoon of pepper. Wait, we gotta not enough pepper in there. There we go. Quarter teaspoon of pepper. Stir to combine. Add the potatoes and stir until completely coated. All right. Good. I'm not like stirring these, I'm just tossing them. Also, this is good because this gives these sheet pans just a little bit of time to cool down, which is how they would be if you were cooking this without having forgotten them in the oven. Now this one is, whoop, still very hot on the side. Not at all hot in the center. Okay. You're doing great. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm working on it. Some days are easier than others. Today's are like, tech problem Thursday. Seems like. Which is also okay. Is there still music on? Yeah. Usually the tech problems accompany the music stopping. If it's my computer, if my computer's the problem, it's usually the music will stop playing. If it's OBS, then it's things stop working. Okay. On a sheet pan, spread potatoes in a single layer. Bake for 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. Flip the potatoes and bake a farther 15 minutes until they're crispy and bubbling around the edges. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break right now. I am going to... I'm going to load the dishwasher, and then I'm going to see if I can get... like, get these docks. Something is weird. There's like something... there's some sort of thing taking priority that's like not letting me click in OBS and like do things the right way. I don't know what it is, but it's just not working. Anyway, if you're new to the stream, we run ads roughly every hour. Broccoli, enjoy your lurk if you're lurking. I appreciate you hanging out regardless. Sometimes I intentionally preheat my sheet pans in the oven when I'm cooking taters. Adds to the crispiness. You know, it does. You preheat your cast iron pans. That's fair. If you're making a Dutch baby, you have to preheat your cast iron pan. It's part of the process. Who's Knows says I may or may not have potentially turned on the oven with pizza boxes inside. Oh God, I definitely turn the oven on without looking inside of it all the time, pretty much constantly. Oh wait, I didn't start Words on Stream. Here we go. I have to pop the browser open. Are you gonna load? Are you really not gonna load? What's happening? Maybe we won't have Words on Stream. Oh, hold on, here we go. Oh shit, I figured it out. Y'all, it was me. It was a human error. You know what was happening? I'm an idiot. I'm not an idiot. My keyboard, hold on. If you'll indulge me in a second. My keyboard, how many seconds do I have? I have enough seconds. So here's the thing. Occam's razor. Are you familiar with the
I know what I'm doing.
I do, Cyborg, I do, but sometimes it takes me a while to get there. Occam's razor is the simplest solution. The simplest answer is usually the answer, period. That's just like the thought process. I sat my keyboard, this keyboard, on my laptop, which itself has a keyboard. This keyboard is pressing keys on my laptop computer. It's pressing the space bar. It was pressing the space bar, which does like some specific things. Anyway, we fixed it. Holy shit. Professional streamer. Let's play some Words on Stream while I recalibrate my entire life and goals. Okay? Anyway, I realized that because when I was trying, when I realized that was happening because when I opened the browser window, it just scrolled to the bottom of the browser window immediately. And I was like, wait, why is it doing it here too? Wait, it's because of the thing. Okay, here comes Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. God damn.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Good Lord. Sometimes. And now, no, load the dishwasher. God damn it, load the dishwasher. Do the thing. Put the things in the dishwasher because you said you were going to do that. No, you got to do it. You don't have to. I could not do that. I could just not do any of the dishes, but then they would be there later, which is the problem. Okay. Dishes. We have just the daytime dishes, a couple plates from breakfast, a couple mugs from earlier. Got my little coffee pot to empty out. I'm not going to do these dishes right now because there's only one little coffee pot worth of dish in here, but we'll get to that later in stream. There'll be plenty of dishes. As there usually are. I always have all sorts of dishes on this. Did I start my timer for this? At least I started my timer. Holy crap. Now. Hey, Deedly-dee. Good job. For that, you get another one. JK, you're going to get another one anyway, but cool. Well, now I can go back and fix my docs. Look at that. Let's close this chat doc. Let's open the one that I want to have. There we go. Loading. Hey. Wow, all of that was... Oh wow, now it loaded all of the... That's wild. It loaded all the stuff from before. Okay. Good Lord. Right. For y'all on Twitch who are experiencing an ad break, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Nobody likes ads. Guy doing things, welcome in. I see you. I see you. I see your lurk. Y'all, look at all these words. 3 more 4-letter words. Amazing. One of them starts with S. The other one absolutely starts with T. It's like T. The last word starts with T. It's not tits mixing. It could be though. Alphabetically, it should be. Tyke. T-I-E's. There we go. They could be birds. Correct. They could be birds. We could all be birds. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far. Welcome back. Okay. We're good. I figured out what the problem was. My regular chat doc is back. Lovely. And now I can scroll up. Now I can scroll up. And I recognize that the reason... So what happens is what happens is like something, it's not my keyboard press. Okay, I'm really on this again. It's not my keyboard pressing. It's not this thing. It's like something that sits on my laptop. There's all sorts of stuff on here. I got these things. I got this. I got tissues, charger, extra mic. Like all sorts of stuff is sitting on my laptop keyboard, but it's all very lightweight. But when this thing sits on top of it, it like presses one of them down randomly. And I realized that earlier when I was like, oh, it's letting me scroll again, is because I picked the keyboard up. We're so proud of you. Thank you. I try. Shock value. Hello. Excited to see some nudes. They're coming. They're on their way. We're getting there. We're going to make the pasta for the noodles first. Then we're going to make the sauce. Then we're going to roll the noodles out. Because once the sauce is on, it's going to be like a bolognese sort of sauce. So we're going to let it simmer for a while. It needs to simmer for a while. It doesn't need to simmer. I guess it could just be cooked quickly. But we're going to roll the pasta because it needs to rest for a little while. Then we'll make the sauce. Then we will process the pasta into nudes, if you will. Then we will cook the pasta, sauce it, and eat it. But it does need to rest for a little while, so we're going to do that first, because it doesn't really matter how long it rests for. It can rest for a few minutes. It can rest for days. It could rest for weeks if you freeze it. We do be scrolling, Baker. We got it. Dumpling wrappers, shock value. Dumpling wrappers are amazing. It was harder than YouTube made it seem. I feel like they're one of those things where they get it does take some practice. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. For those of y'all who don't like ads, feel free to watch stream on YouTube. There's no ads on YouTube. Anyone had experience with using a KitchenAid pasta press? Sita says. I do. Me. I do. Do you have one? Are you looking to get one? I will happily share my opinion about the KitchenAid. I have a pasta roller, like the one with the two wheels that like flattens it into sheets. I've not used a press where you put the dough in and it extrudes like a shaped noodle. So I only have experience with the one that is for sheeting pasta. Kathy, enjoy your downtime between those two. I hope you have a good weekend too. The extruder. Oh, that's exciting, Sita. I do not have experience with that. So I cannot speak to that one. But I love that you're getting it from the library. That's so cool. I love that your library has that. Also kind of amazing. Oh, shit. I didn't take pictures of the potatoes before I put them in. It's okay. As long as I have pictures when they come out, that's what counts. Okay. I need pictures of the final product. That's the thing that I really need. Alrighty. Let's make some pasta. I think other than that one note that I had on here, I think this was good. I mean, this is such a simple recipe that I don't really I don't think it needs anything else. We'll see. We'll see how it is when they're done. Lemon says, I've used a different brand extruder, and I'll say that the texture is really important to the outcome. Like texture or density? Too wet, shapes collapse, and too dry, and they crumble. Yeah. The what's the word for that? Moisture content? Well, what's the word for that in baking? Hydration. The hydration. All right. Pasta is something we've made plenty of times on stream. I have a good recipe that I like to use. I forget where I got it from. It's lost. Where I got it from is lost to time, but that's how things go. I wrote it down in my notebook a long time ago. I've moved it from one notebook to another. Here it is. 2 eggs, 3 yolks, 185 grams, water, flour, salt, knead, rest, and roll. Easy. Whose note says, I showed up for my doctor's appointment 4 hours early yesterday. Oh my God. That is a lot of time. 4 hours, at least an hour early is like, okay, I'll stick around and like scroll on my phone or whatever. 4 hours is like, do you just go back home at that point? I feel like you just go back home. And you're like, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this again tomorrow. All right. Get my flour out here. Wait, I messed up. My flour's already on the counter. Okay, alarm just went off for my potatoes. So the note says, bake for 15 minutes. Flip the potatoes, then bake a farther 15 minutes. Okay. I opted not to say with a spatula flip the potatoes, because like, I don't know, flip the potatoes with your hands if you really want to. I don't care. All right. Potato pan number 1 was the weird shaped potatoes. The potatoes that all fit into the square hole. All right. Yeah, these are looking great. Like, what I really want to say is take like 1 minute and individually flip each of the potatoes so that they're on the opposite side so that they get crispy. But like, I feel like that's too in the weeds for something, and like you can't. That's just that's a big old mouthful. So I am just opting to say flip the potatoes, and you take that however you want. Oh no, we got some. That damn! Come on, man. All right, potato is now they're attacking my feet. Okay. Flip the potatoes. Then bake a farther 15 minutes until they're crispy and bubbling around the edges. Here's how I decided to phrase this. Bake a farther 15 minutes until they are crispy and bubbling around the edges. Potatoes should make a scraping sound when moved around on the pan. Because yesterday I was like trying to say that they needed to have a certain sound. So maybe that'll work. Who's noticed they fit you in? Oh, that's great. That's great. That is really great. I've gone to my doctor's office. Oh man, I went to my doctor's office once, and they told me the wrong appointment, or rather, ZocDoc. Welcome in. ZocDoc confirmed the wrong time. It's happened. ZocDoc's like a website to manage medical bookings, if you're not familiar with it. And they gave me the wrong time. Anyway, I was like literally 5 minutes late to the time that they said they had on the books. I was like 20 minutes early for the time that I thought that I was supposed to be there. Anyway, they were like, we're not going to take you. And I was there because I thought I might have Lyme disease, and I had an absolute breakdown in their waiting room. Just like, they were like, holy shit, this man is bawling in our waiting room. But I was like, like I thought I'd gotten bitten by a tick. I had the tick in a plastic bag, and they were like, come back next week. We have an appointment next week. And I was like, no, I don't give a shit that your system told you the wrong time. Here's the email where it confirmed the time that I'm on time for. And they were like, we can't do it. Sorry. Anyway, the main practitioner at that office happened to walk through at one point and was like, what's going on here? Anyway, they saw me. I don't have Lyme disease. Broccoli says, I auto-scribble down how I make things, but most recipes are suggestions anyway, and I improvise a lot unless it's something classic that should not be effed up by fooling around. Agreed. Like, you're not going to just, like, riff on, like, a souffle or something, like, baking specific. I agree that most recipes, you should just be like, here's, salt to taste. How much salt do you want, Mick says, we have same-day tick drop-off at every pharmacy as long as they're open. What's that like? That's great. A week to spiral. Yeah, I was like, I'm not doing that. I was like, your system that you made me use to book the appointment here confirmed a time for me for which I am on time for. I don't care that you have it on the books earlier. That's not my problem. That's your problem. I am now your problem. And I'm going to make myself your problem in your waiting room in a very public setting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon until you deal with me. I'm not going to leave. She was like, well, you could just leave and come back later and see if we can do, we'll like see if we can fit you in later. Maybe you just call later today. And I was like, no, I'm just going to sit here and cry until you fucking deal with me. Gwen was like, you're such a Karen. And I was like, I'm not a Karen. That's not Karen behavior. This is medical necessity in my mind. Maybe it is Karen behavior. I don't know. It probably is. If I'm being real honest, like it is like the sort of behavior, but it is sort of like, I don't know. It wasn't like righteous indignance. It was like, you literally, your booking system gave me the wrong time. This isn't my fault. You figure it out. The literal last time I went there last week for an appointment. It was just for like a blood draw and whatever. And they did not have my appointment at all. And I was like, here it is from your system. Here's the voicemail where your office called me to confirm it. I don't care that you don't have it in your system. Not my problem. Again, not my problem. And they're like, oh yeah, well we've had problems with ZocDoc before. And I was like, sounds like you should fix that. And says, Broccoli says, I fired my dentist after his receptionist kept canceling and rescheduling my appointments. Right. Like, honestly, you know how a lot of women trying to get doctors to listen to them. No, totally. Yeah, I'm like, this is insane. Like, yes. Pain is pain. Like, however you're experiencing it. Yes. It's an obnoxious system to try to work within. Darlene on YouTube says, my mom almost walked out of the room when doctors didn't believe her when she said that I got bit by a tick and that I have Lyme disease. Yeah, my mom had Lyme disease and didn't get a formal diagnosis for literally years because no one would test. No one believed her that she had it. She's had it for years. Still has it. That's how it works. And that's just like, they were just like, cool, and then like she finally got confirmed and was like, what the fuck? Seriously. Velo says, honestly believe the majority of doctors don't listen to women. It's that old-fashioned training that women suffer from hysteria. Right. Yeah, and that's insane. Like, I like my doctor. Like, personally, there's several doctors in that office that are good, and when I see them, they take the time to talk to me. They're like, they're good. they're good. They're bedside manner. I hate that term, but that is. But otherwise, I appreciate them, but it's not. You know, they're like, yeah, you even for like the silliest stuff, like you shouldn't have to fight to be believed. Like I don't think that anyone should have to fight to be believed. Bella says this is why I had to go to 12 doctors before I was properly diagnosed with my polymyositis because they just didn't listen. Sure. Like I'm telling you that I'm feeling this way. Expecting a doctor's office to be organized and holding them to that standard of care should be normal, Lemon. I agree. Karen behavior is usually harming someone. This is yes. Yeah, or it's like entitled, right? And it's not like I walked in off the street and was like, hey, can I get an appointment today? And they were like, no. And then I bitched them out over it. It's like, no, I made an appointment and was on time for it. You fix it. Megan says an ex of mine had it and it was horrible. Yeah, it's like, it's not good. Lyme is one of those things where you have to really get someone who will listen because people are, you know, it's so, I don't know. I guess it's hard to diagnose. I don't think it's hard to diagnose, but like symptoms are broad and varied, and like it can come on slowly, it can come on quickly. It's like the healthcare system in the States can be very traumatic in its own right. Oh, yeah. There's a reason people hate it. DJ Harley, welcome in. Nice to see you. Nick says, it seemed changing provinces, being 39, and absolutely breaking the hell out of my leg is about to possibly get me a diagnosis I've needed since I was 12. You mentioned this on stream the other day, and I'm like, yeah, if that's what it takes, it's wild to me, but I'm glad that you're being heard. Last year, they were pretty far into a vaccine for Lyme. Yeah, I do. I also imagine, Carly, that process will slow down. Yes, I believe that to be true. Okay, let's make some pasta. Let's make some pasta for our feelings, shall we? Crawdbot, welcome in. Okay, so this is a super simple recipe. I'm gonna like do the eggs and then we're gonna pause because the potatoes need to come out in timer. Where's the timer? 6 minutes. So we're gonna like, before I get to kneading this, because you need to knead this for 8 to 10 minutes. So it's gonna like, anyway, we're gonna take the potatoes out before we start kneading the pasta because I don't want to have to stop kneading the pasta to wash my hands and take the potatoes out of the oven. Okay, cool, got it. Text, nice to see you. Welcome in. 2 eggs. So this recipe calls for two eggs and 3 yolks plus water to equal 185 grams. You could, I suppose, maybe just use water, but anyway, I don't remember where I got this recipe from. Pause. I'm going to wash my hands before I do this because I'm going to do egg yolks through my fingers. And so I don't want to have, I can feel flour on my hands. Or not flour, whatever that is. Yeah, flour, because I just opened the flour container. Alrighty. So we're making pasta. Pasta comes first. Then sauce. Then pasta again. Where's the poll? We need a moderator to put that poll up, Master of Splits. I'll be very honest that I don't have the capacity to put that up in the moment. But give them a second. That was only 4 minutes ago. So we're working. They're working on it. So Fluff's got to put down the paintbrush. I'm just kidding. I know you're not painting today. Okay. 2 eggs. I was mixing boxed cake. Great. Yes, it's coming. It's coming. All things in time. Patience. Not the patience At a doctor's office, mind you. Patients at a doctor's office means we're going to get that poll in about 3 hours. See what I did there? 2 eggs plus 3 yolks. So let's get our yolks. 1. 2. I'm getting the small eggs here. The small eggs are less good for like scrambled and fried eggs, at least in my opinion. 2, and then a third. Okay, that's 160 grams worth of egg. That means I just need 25 grams of water, which is not that much. Some cool water. And 185, confirm, 185 grams. 60, 70, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85. Poll is up. Poll is up. What should I do on St. Patrick's Day? I love the options. Make an Irish cuisine, attend a parade, sing Irish songs, dress as a leprechaun, or do an Irish dance. There's a St. Patrick's Day parade in Philadelphia. One of the options on there that is something I'm definitely going to do is call my mom and tell her happy birthday, because that's her birthday. So we're going to do that anyway, but what else should we do? So far, thank goodness for Betty Crocker. I know, right? Lifesaver. I was thinking about mug cakes the other day, and how I had that on my list of things that I wanted to make. Philly cheesesteak corned beef. Okay, before I add the flour in here, we're going to wait 1 minute to get the potatoes out of the oven, because that's coming. Got 45 seconds left on there. Because once I start adding the flour, salt. Yeah, flour and salt are the only other ingredients in here. While I'm waiting these last 30 seconds, let's get some garlic out, because we're gonna need that for the pasta anyway. Carly, I'm obsessed with mug cakes. Such a wonderful recipe. I have never made them, and I would like to. I don't have, it's one of those things that I know exists, but I haven't ever looked into it. I don't have a recipe that I've considered. I have zero background. I just have the idea of mug cake in my head, like microwave cake, darling. Like microwave cake. And I feel like I want to do that soon. I've been thinking about it. Okay, potato timer just went off, so let's make some space here and get these potatoes out of the oven. Mick says, I was making a joke, but now I kind of want corned beef Philly cheesesteak. I mean, it wouldn't be that far of a stretch. Broccoli says, I don't do box cake mix, but one of my favorite cookbooks is still the old Betty Crocker. It is as reliable as The Joy of Cooking. Have y'all listened to the Joy of Cooking podcast, by the way? They have a really good podcast. Our friend of the stream, Megan Splawn, was just on, or I don't actually know if the episode's out yet. I don't think it's out yet, but she was on their podcast recently, talking all about food things. Use ramekins, Mick says. Well, we have ramekins. I definitely have those. Carly, if you would be able to send the recipe, I'd love it. I would love it. Okay, these look amazing. They look better than yesterday, if you can believe it. And I don't think it matters how you cut these, because they both look great. Do I need the oven for anything else? No. I was just thinking, oh, let me roast some garlic and we'll do that. But no, if I want that, I've got garlic bouillon and I'll just put the garlic bouillon in there. So we can turn the oven off. And I'm going to put these into a bowl. Yes, until they are, what does the recipe say? Until they are crispy and bubbling around the edges. Okay. They are/were. In my ever-evolving quest to use every piece of kitchenware in my entire kitchen during a single stage, we just made potatoes, the same potatoes on 2 different sheet pans. DJ Harley, Gwen did not have any of the potatoes because she had some leftovers. Calvin liked them. He liked them quite a bit. My thing was that they didn't reheat. They weren't crispy, right? Like I put them in the fridge, they cooled down. They got they weren't as crispy when I reheated them. What I did was I put them in the cast iron pan and put the cast iron pan in the oven and heated them in that. I think what I would say is that to reheat these to get them crispy again, I would probably put them in the cast iron pan on the stove so that they just get fried, as opposed to putting them in as opposed to just kind of popping them back in the oven and hoping they crisp up again. Okay, but let's take a picture of these because they are looking lovely. I'm actually going to take these over real quick to the window sill or the window because I have much better light over here. And I want a picture where they are in good lighting. Let's see. There we go. That's better. All right. Let's try these. Let me try one, of course. So we have a poll going. Oh, what should happen on St. Patrick's Day? Make Irish cuisine is the runaway winner at the moment. But there you go. Those potatoes are solid looking. Mom won't surrender the country living cookbook mix. Yeah. Something about cold dead hands, right? Corned beef and cabbage cheesesteak. That would be a good one. Mood. Crawdad. Yeah. I have had streams. I've definitely had streams where my sink was full, the dishwasher was full, and things were overflowing onto the counter. Easy. Garnish with green onion. Yeah, you could garnish with some green onion. You could garnish these with a little bit of parsley or dill or chive. You could also put some extra Parmesan on here, maybe some cheese. You could melt some cheddar cheese on top. These are great. Yeah, this is solid. Got your corned beef today. Excellent. How are you cooking it? Are you just doing it in like a slow cooker? I've never made corned beef. I believe you cook it in a slow cooker. Oh, those would be hot. I have to go back and watch the VOD because these are really good. I still feel like these need more salt. And like, that's a lot of salt. I mean, I put a reasonable amount of salt in here. I started with a 1/4 teaspoon and I doubled it. Good yesterday. I feel like these just need more salt. Okay, that piece didn't. Right, these are really good. These are the ones that were the other shapes that I quartered. I quartered the potato in strips instead of like half, in strips instead of wedges. The one that I find overly complicated is Fanny Farmer. I don't think I've ever used Julia Child's cookbook. Gigi Holly is a stovetop in water with seasoning and beef bouillon and onions. And you just simmer then for a while. Try a splash of acid. Yeah, a little bit of like... You could also like put some finishing salt on here, which would be good. Like right straight out of the oven, a little finishing salt would be amazing. I think these are good, generally speaking, though. They're crispy. They're the crispiness that I want. And they're dry. The thing that I was really considerate about in here was not making them overly buttery or oily or greasy. Like I wanted them to come out of the oven so that they were like dry. Well, Make Irish Cuisine was our poll winner. Followed not very closely by Dress as a Leprechaun. Thank you for not asking that of me. Irish Cuisine is certainly possible. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming. The St. Patrick's Day is Monday, right? I don't know if I'm actually going to be streaming on Monday. If it's on the schedule, I will be. I forget if it's on the schedule, though. All right. Those are very good. Super happy. We'll let those cool on the counter over there. We're going to do, excuse me. I'll finish writing those up. We'll do the little head note for those sometime over the weekend. I'm going to have a little computer time over the weekend, so I'll finish that up. And then they'll be good. I think that's good. I might suggest that like folks, you can't really salt to taste here because you add the salt before you cook it, and you can't like taste a raw potato. So I may say like 3/4 of a teaspoon of salt, but like I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel when we get there. John, welcome in. A bit of MSG never hurts anyone. Truer words were never spoken. I don't actually have MSG specifically in the house. TJ Harley says corned beef cooks for hours, pending size. When it starts to get so tender, it pulls apart with a fork. Add the onions and cabbage. I love that. I love to just cook it all day. Yeah, I love anything that you just cook all day. That's always a sign of it's going to be pretty good. No MSG. I know. I don't. I have it took me a while to get nutritional yeast in the rotation. So I do have chicken bouillon. I have beef bouillon. I have garlic bouillon. Okay, so we have our eggs in here. Skills at 0. Let's make some pasta. Accent brand seasoning. I definitely don't have that, but I feel like it's one of those things that I should just get because it comes up. I'm going to write it down. Usually if you see me write something down, it means I'm going to do it. Or it means that I'm going to like remember it. Otherwise, it's in and out of my head. If it's not in the Stream Dump channel, it's gone. Flour. Fella says we had one corned beef last year. I swear to God, no matter how long it's slow cooked for, it was not getting tender. It was the weirdest thing. That is interesting. What would cause it to like do that? because like the fat has to break down. That's what's happening, right? Shock value says go to a local Asian market where you can get MSG for 1/10 of the cost. Totally. I bet I could get it at one of the bulk stores here. And I'm in Philadelphia. I'm in like a, we have lots of food opportunity here, or lots of like different little grocers. So it's not a me problem. It's not an access problem. It's a like, I haven't purchased it. Okay. So to the eggs, we add 300 grams of flour. Which is not a lot of flour, or it doesn't. Yeah, not too much. I don't know what that is in cups. 250. Okay, we got to be careful now. We're getting to the point where I could overshoot. Although if I overshoot, it's okay. I can scrape a little off the top. It's not touching the egg. So 298, 300. 300 grams of flour. 5.7 grams of salt. My scale doesn't do point. So we're going to add 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 grams plus like a little extra love. That's it. Girlfriend said we aren't doing corned beef because of the mess. 24 hours in stores and tender. Man, got some very resistant beef there. Who's Nose says I don't like the texture of corned beef, but everyone in my family loves it. So that was always fun. I enjoy it. It's so rare that I would have it that it's one of those things where like it yeah, I have it so rarely. I don't know that I've definitely never cooked it. I've 100%, I know that I've never cooked it. But I have had it. Had it plenty of times. I know the first time I can remember the first time I had it. That I will say. It was in college. And I went to my friend Jill's house for St. Patrick's Day. Jill's probably still is. We haven't spoken in years, but what's the way that I would describe her? Aggressively Irish. Red hair, very, very, very Irish. Anyway, I went to her house for Thanksgiving or St. Patrick's Day. And had corned beef that her mom had made, and it was like so good. It was so good and amazing. And I thought it was like, to me, it was great because it was like I had the best possible version of this thing that I could ever have for my very first experience of it. I felt like I had an embarrassment of riches in that moment. Lemon says my dad loved corned beef, but never made it for us. I think he was trying to save us from developing a taste. Right? Yeah. If you don't like cooking something, don't ever cook it, because people will glob onto it, and that's possibly true. Because what I'm gathering is that it takes a little bit of effort. I can tell you that I am not going to make corned beef on St. Patrick's Day. I'm sorry to inform you. Who's Nose says for some ungodly reason I like leaner cuts of meat and chicken. I mainly eat chicken and fish. I don't generally eat beef. Like even today, right? I'm making a bolognese. I keep calling it a bolognese, but it's whatever. It's not a bolognese. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm just making it. But like I got chicken sausage today and not beef. So, all right. This will have me knead this pasta for 8 to 10 minutes. So let's get started. I'm just kind of mixing this together with my hands on this mat here. So all of this will eventually come together. Do y'all want to do the counter zoom? Wait, will that work? There we go. Just thinking for health reasons. Yeah, it may be. For me, I tend to away from beef for health reasons, for sure. Your baker says I pick whatever's on sale. Yes. Yeah, also true. I do look at price. I am very price motivated. But generally I just steer clear of beef. For like cholesterol purposes. Broccoli says I got a delivery of steaks, venison, bison, and ahi grade tuna. All frozen, so any vermin in the tuna flesh is dead. Nice. I love that. I do like bison. It's a little bit leaner. I was actually looking. I was looking in extreme vein for bison today, in the store. I didn't expect they would have it, and they did actually have it, but they didn't have anything ground. And the ones that they did have were like top end, like sirloin bison steaks, and there was like $30 or $25 or something, and I was like, ain't no way we're getting the chicken sausage on this this Thursday. We're not going that hard. But yeah, cholesterol is a concern, so I tend to not eat beef. I still have high cholesterol, but it's not that high. But I shy away from the beef in general. I do like a good burger, and I'll eat. I don't not eat beef. I just don't cook with it, generally speaking. Do y'all like this view better? Or would you prefer the overhead view? Experimenting with views. Good with a whole chicken or two. I love a whole chicken. A whole chicken is probably my favorite thing in terms of like when you're buying meat. If you can get a whole chicken, it's so much nicer. Love your nails. Thank you. This hand is hurting. This hand is just fine. Actually, no, the pinky is hurting too. I'm not going to take them off just yet, but I'm getting there. I'm going to cut them today because they're a little bit long for my liking. And they are starting to get in the way. Honestly. Yeah, leftovers, boil the carcass. Exactly. You've got like a couple meals worth of meat on there, and then you have a bunch of bones to do with what you want for stock. I don't know what else you would do with it, actually. I was thinking, I'm going to list some things you could do with a carcass. Nope. Pretty much just stock. What else would you do with all the chicken bones? Is there anything else you could do with it? Getting some of this dough off my hands because it's dry enough that it's like starting to get absorbed into the ball now. Who knows? Congrats. Used to take 20 plus pills, and as my appointment yesterday, I only take 4. That's amazing. No longer taking high cholesterol pills either. That's huge. You could bury the bones. True. You could bury the bones. You could make jewelry out of them. If you wanted to. I don't know that there's a market for chicken bone jewelry, but, pop them up on Etsy and see what happens. All right, so I'm supposed to knead this for about 8 to 10 minutes. I'm exactly 5 minutes in since I dumped this out of the bowl. And you can see there's no more dry. There's no more dry on my mat here. Everything is absorbed into the ball. We're starting to build the gluten in this ball. Shredded leftover chicken, exactly. Shredded leftover chicken. I don't usually, when I make a whole chicken, I don't usually do anything. If I like, usually what happens is I'll make the chicken. We'll have like chicken thighs for dinner, and then we'll do we'll do chicken thighs for dinner, and then we'll have like the legs left over plus the breast meat. I usually don't shred it straight away because I don't know exactly what I want to do with it. The only time I'll shred it right away is if I want to use the bones to make broth kind of immediately. All right. So this is coming together. It's got to be smooth. We're looking to get a smooth consistency on this. I dumped a little bit of extra flour in my bowl here so that if I needed it to stop being a little sticky, I have to get some little bit of extra flour, but so far that's not the case. I only shred the leftover right before I want to use it. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't dry out. And I'm just not sure if I'm going to use it in a shredded form, because sometimes the next day I'll just be like, guess what? We're having drumsticks for dinner. Right, this is coming together. What time is it? 17:20. We're good. Okay, that's a good thing. It's this has to rest for about 30 minutes or so before I can do anything with it. So in that 30 minutes, after I'm finished kneading this, we're going to take a little break. I'm going to play some words on stream. I am going to clean off my counter and get ready to make the sauce. But I'm just kind of kneading this and kneading it and kneading it. We're 7 minutes and 45 seconds in. And it is feeling good. So texturally, this is starting to get smoother. There's sort of a moment that it passes from being, get the rest of this off the fork, where it passes from being tacky into being real smooth. And we've passed that point. You can see from my hands now, they're like pretty clear, pretty clean. The dough starts to pick all the stuff off your hands. So basically, like once the dough has pulled everything off of your hand, you have about 2 or 3 more minutes worth of kneading. Does this count as arm day? No. Like yes, but no. It is a bit of a workout, but not quite as much of a workout as I would do. I don't have arm day, to be fair. My workouts are pretty much the same every day. Every day that I work out, not that I work out every day. But every day that I work out, I do like a 30-minute bike ride, 5-minute warm-up, 30-minute bike ride, 30 minutes of high-intensity interval training with weights, and then we take a shower after I lay on the ground for about 5 minutes and sweat in a sort of ad hoc savasana. That is my workout. I don't really vary from that. I assume if people have leg days, they have arm days. This is true. I think that's true. Seems reasonable. This is coming together real nice. And we're about hitting the 10-minute mark right about now. So I'm going to go for another minute or so because this isn't quite there yet. I stopped a couple times to like scrape my hands off and scrape the counter. So functionally, this has not been kneading for 10 minutes. It's been kneading for, I don't know, 8.5. But it feels really good now. This is like a good pasta dough. Don't let your dough get too hard. Hey, we were talking about soft dough the other day, and I got myself in trouble. So we're not going down that road today. The dough is going to be exactly what it needs to be. All right, we're at 11 minutes now. Let's get this into a nice round form now that doesn't have a ton of like lines and seams in it. Okay. Looking good. Ooh. I'm sweating now. This is work. But listen, if the pasta grannies can do it, I can do it. It's actually not true. Have you ever watched the Pasta Grannies channel? These folks are amazing. All right, this is good to go. This is smooth. Kind of bounces back when you press on it a little bit. All right, I'm gonna wrap this in plastic. Do I need to pop this in the fridge? I don't think I need to pop this in the fridge. I usually just let it sit on the counter. Mick says, some part of me misses my old gym from before the move and the plague, because every once in a while they'd have a really dynamic Tabata. And honestly, I didn't hate cardio on those days. I love cardio. I prefer cardio. Pasta grannies have Superman arms. They sure do. And you better not come at those folks, because they have all sorts of rolling pins too, and they will absolutely make use of them, I bet. Jamie, welcome in. Am I supposed to highlight in these conditions? True. All right. I'm just going to leave this on the counter. I think I should just leave this on the counter. I do this every time I make pasta. I forget whether I leave it on the counter or not. And then I have this like existential crisis of whatever. Where do I file a cookie entry complaint? With the management, of course. What is your complaint, Jamie? I probably can't solve it on stream right now, but if you have something where you need to like feedback and you want me to look at it, put it in the, either put it in Discord or message me. Wasn't recorded. Okay. That is reasonable. 143. Was the 140 last month or was it this month? Because I streamed a couple times this month and that was 143 just there. Listen, I believe you and I'm happy to add it. It was on the 28th. We will make it so. Oh, wait. No, I literally, hold on. I wrote it down. It's on my card. It was on my card for this month. But maybe it was the 28th. I did write it down on the most recent card. But maybe it wasn't in the Discord, which is entirely possible. But it will be in there this month. I do have it written down. It was already on the card. Which is a good thing. Cool. If I recall, you said you were just going to add it this month. Who knows? Thank you. Yes, that makes sense then. 15 minutes in a treadmill on your hour. I love anything cardio related. Biking is my favorite. All right, we're going to do Game Awards on stream, and we're going to have a quick ad break. We'll be right back. Here we go.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
What do I want to do? I want to clear off my counter. That's what I want to do. Let's put the flour away. Let's put no, really just the flour. It just has flour and water and egg. And I already put the eggs away. But I want to wipe my counter off because it had flour on it. Okay. Oh wow. Looks like we might actually y'all might get this one. One of those words starts with an H. The other one starts with an M. H E H E Scheme. Yup. That's not a word I've heard. All right. BRB. Alrighty. Wow. Y'all are absolutely killing it today. This is wild. We've had like several cleared boards. This last one could be hard. Yes. You gets the correct answer when you type it in. Very good. Y'all, welcome back. If you're experiencing an ad break on Twitch, you're back now. We just finished another cleared board in Words on Stream. All these smarties, Softy. I know, right? Sometimes I just look at the folks like throwing words out there and I'm just like, yeah, y'all know a lot of those words. Fudge Darling, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. We love a Prime sub. Anytime you could subscribe to someone's channel without using your own money directly, chef's kiss. Thanks, Daddy Bezos. We appreciate it. During the break, Broccoli said the stainless steel dough hook for my 1955 KitchenAid tilt top stand mixer arrived today. I love that. I love that you were able to find those online. Find like those new attachments. Oh no, pizza dough is not much effort, but it does help. It does help. It's wild because pizza dough you can just mix in like a bowl, right? With like a wooden spoon, but you don't need to. And it doesn't take that long to mix either. It's just kind of gets all over your hands. Speaking of hands, I meant to do this during the break and I didn't, which is wash mine and scrub them with a little scrubby brush so they keep at the sink. because they have little bits of pasta on them. So we're going to scrub those real quick. I know, this is great content. Look at this. Okay, but we're going to turn focus to the sauce now and get that on the stove so that we have a bit of, so it has a bit of time to simmer, because I want to be able to simmer it with all of it together for probably 30, 40 minutes or so. So, Mick says, I like how serious words goes, but it is restrained to the ad break, so it's fast and serious, but not adversarial. Yeah, I like words on stream, and I enjoy when folks are streaming in like a just chatting or whatever, and they have like a small game of words on stream, sort of like, sometimes folks will have it just like in a box in the corner like this, and I appreciate that. I thought about doing a channel point reward that's just like, you know, like pulls up a game of words on stream, because I don't know, folks like it. I like playing it, but I take that time as like a quick break to do other stuff in the kitchen that is like off camera. I feel like people should season pizza dough more, pizzazz it up, pizzas it up. I love it. The urge to start a stream just to play words on stream is strong. Yeah, I like to show. Yeah, I mean, there's a words on stream category. Like, there's people who that's what they do, and communities based around it, which is great. Broccoli says 3/4 of the time someone beats me to the word I type. Yeah, and it's usually the same like 4 or 5 people. You know who you are, and I appreciate you. Nick says I lose the chatting if there's words. Yeah. That does affect me. I don't usually look at chat during the break. When the break's over, I'll scroll back up to when it started and see if anyone said something that wasn't anything longer than one word. Okay, so we're good. Hold on, let me clear, and in my continued effort to keep my counter clear of clutter, both physical and visual. That's why I like It's for Break. Right, it's not all stream. Yeah, and I don't want it to be all stream. I just like, yeah, for the same reason that you're saying, is I would have a hard time focusing. I would have a hard time reading chat if it was just words on, if it was like words on stream plus chat. Things would move, and I would be like, where'd you go? And then I wouldn't be able to scroll because my keyboard is on my computer in a weird way, and like it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. Let's see what we need for. Oh, I did want to keep the oven on. Shit. It's okay. I forgot that I wanted to keep the oven on, but that's okay. We're not too worried about it. The reason I wanted to keep the oven on was that I just wanted to roast some tomatoes to go in the sauce. And we have these lovely Sugar Bomb flavor rocks. These are from Kingsville, Ontario. We bought the Canadian tomatoes today. Intentionally. Also, these were really good. The last time I had them, they were excellent. As tomatoes go, they're very sweet and tasty. Anyway, bought the Canadian ones because Canada, because that's the theme today. It's not, but it just, you know, visually maybe it is. I say Canada isn't the theme today as I wear the literal most obnoxious shirt that you could have. It was the most obnoxious one I could find. I bought this shirt at the I bought this shirt in St. Lawrence Market in Toronto at the like touristy little store. On the Tinkerbell I would send in my stead if I had to. Aw. Mix, I'm happy to be your Tinkerbell. I appreciate that. And I know that you know because you've been around for a long time on this stream. There is a lot of Canada today. Listen, we have a Canadian moderator, so we have to be nice. Or else the Canadian moderator will ban me in my own channel, and it will not be good. Actually, I don't think you can do that, but whatever. Let's just shh, it's okay. It's just for the bit, trust. All right. I've seen those in gardening catalogs. Yes, these were. This is the second time I had these. The first time I bought them, I was like, "Oh, they look kind of good," and then they were like, really good. I just had one. I'm gonna have another one with oil on it and salt. Holy shit! Oh my god, these really are good. Sofa says we need a Canadian cuisine themed stream. Poutine, Nanimo bars for dessert. Could do that. Maybe someone could put that in the stream dump channel in Discord and I would actually remember to do that. I was worried about the tone to text. No. I grew up on Peter Pan. I know that Tinkerbell's on the good one. Fella says, I like 10 of the two. I can throw a stone and hit the Canadian border. I've only ever had this one Canadian be super mean and rude to me, and most of this seem very nice. You mean the border? The arbitrary border? Okay, sorry, don't get me started. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't get me started. I'm trying my best today, y'all. Trying my best. Trying my best every day. Okay. I'm going to set a timer for those tomatoes so I remember to check them because otherwise I won't. Let's set a 20-minute timer because the oven's still heating up. We should do a monthly Canadian stream. Canadish. Oh, yes. We can call it the Canadish stream. We can make Canadishes. Subliminal politics only. Yeah, exactly. Canadian people in general. This one woman was being a Karen. Well, I mean, it's like the exception to the rule, right? Like, of course someone's going to be rude. You can't not. My most recent venture into Canada, though, I was, again, just shaken, or I was taken by how often people say, like, sorry when they bump you, when they interact with you in any kind of way. Accidentally interact with you physically is what I guess I should say. Mur, welcome in. It's nice to have you. You're right on time. Bevnix, welcome in. Matt, hello. Welcome in. Mur, nice to have you. Please go give Mur Bakes a shout out. Mur is a fellow food and drink streamer, more focused on the baking side. I would, as one might imagine. But we love a fellow food and drink streamer. Please go support the folks in the community. The other Eve, welcome in. Sofluff, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. If you want to go follow, which you should, the link is right there in chat. Or you can click the name. That also works too. Anyway, friends who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a food and drink stream. A little bit about a little bit about the community in chat if you want to read up. But today, not today. Back to the top. Hello, my name's Lou. I'm a food and drink streamer. I also do some IRL streams sometime. The next IRL stream is going to be this Sunday at sometime between 10 a.m. and noon. We're going to go live. And we're going to end sometime between 16 and 16:30, which is 4 p.m. Anyway, thank you for welcoming my friends. I hope you had a lovely stream. I understand that you most of the time when people raid, they're like, I'm gonna raid, see you later, and that's totally cool. Friends who just joined us, you're welcome to hang out. A little housekeeping note: if you want to follow, there's no noise that happens. There's no alert down here that happens. There's nothing in chat. Literally, if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. I don't even say hi to you. I don't even say, hey, person who just followed, thank you for following. I don't do that. So if you want to follow, great. And if you want to chat, then we can interact. And if you just want to lurk, we love that too. Lurkers are very welcome here. And thank you for bringing friends. We are a food and drink stream here. I generally make vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son. He's 9.5. The half is very important. He would tell you that. Like I said, we also do IRL streams. Have one coming up on Sunday. It's not on the calendar. Sorry, I'll probably put it on the calendar. I was waiting to see if it was going to rain or not. It's not. But today we're doing pasta. We also did a recipe test today. I should update my title because we're not testing a recipe anymore. But these are the potatoes that we made that were from a recipe that I'm writing, which will be out months from now in an unnamed publication. Anyway, we have pasta that we made. Rather dough that we made. It's not pasta yet. What would happen if you just put this in water, just like as it is? It'd be like the worst gnocchi in the world. Cookies. Love a cookie. I'm a big fan of cookies, as you all know. So I definitely support all cookies that one might make. Even the ones that have peanut butter and would make me die if I ate them. Half means a lot when you're not quite two whole hands. It is. The half, when you're 9, the half is extremely important. There are some cookies here every once in a while. I feel like that would be gross. I feel like it wouldn't cook. Yeah, it would be gross. You're correct. It is basically a dumpling. Yeah. Making a version of Girl Scout cookies. Oh my God. What kind? What kind? What kind? I must know. Girl Scout cookies. I love that. I love Girl Scout cookies. I've never actually tried to recreate them though. I've had them. I could open this cabinet right here and get some Girl Scout cookies out. Nick says, I marked 9.5 on my calendar as a kid because then I could round up to 2 hands. Totally. Let's use the crappy side of this cutting board to cut on. A few tagalongs, thin mints, samosas, and the lemon ones. Wow. That's industrious. What's y'all's favorite Girl Scout cookie? Mine is the trefoils. The butter ones. Just the super simple butter ones. Second, probably I call them samosas. What's the other word for them? Caramel delights. Caramel delights. And I think it matters where you buy them. There's two places in the country where they bake Girl Scout cookies, and I think I'm speaking with like 40% knowledge here. But I'm pretty sure there's like a couple places where they bake Girl Scout cookies, and if they come from one location, they're called samosas, and if they come from another, they're called caramel delights. I haven't seen the term samosas in a while, so part of Cookie Club this month. Excellent. We love that. So if you've only ever had Thin Mints, I will tell you unequivocally, you're missing out. So Fluff, do you need me to send you some Girl Scout cookies? I'd be happy to track some down. It's Girl Scout cookie season here in Philadelphia, and we have very industrious young folk at the entrances to all the grocery stores, shaking you down for whatever you have in your pocket. And if you don't have anything in your pocket, they're happy to tell you that they also take Venmo. There's some kind of peanut butter one. Yeah, there is a peanut butter one. I don't remember what it's called because, again, peanut butter makes me die, and I prefer not to do that. So there's 2 bakeries. Lemon says, my chat was telling you because I had Thin Mints, and my opinion is that they suck. I do like a Thin Mint, but like as far as cookies, cookies go, I feel like they'd be, I don't know. I feel like Thin Mints are just like, I agree with you in some ways, but in other ways, I'm going to eat the entire tube of Thin Mints and feel like absolute garbage and also amazing at the same time. So who's knows says I did Girl Scouts for approximately 1 day in my childhood. I too have done a 1 day activity in my childhood. It was not Scouts, it was football. I did Scouts forever. Not Girl Scouts. I was in Cub Scouts and then Boy Scouts, as one probably could imagine. But anyway. Mick says, I can't help it. I love the classic half vanilla, half chocolate sandwich biscuit box. Love what you love. It's worth it. Yeah, the freezing is key. Agreed. I don't have them anymore because one of my twins is allergic to peanuts. Yeah, those... Like, I have a peanut allergy, and I feel like I'm missing out on so many... I know I'm missing out on so many things. As someone who loves to cook and loves to eat, I really am annoyed that I'm allergic to peanuts and would love to not have that be part of my life. But Gwen refuses to let me order hookworms off the internet, so I can't have that. I can't eat peanuts. Any baked good in the chocolate of the U.S. can only be made and worse. You know what? That's true. That's true. American chocolate is not great. You got to get the Cadbury eggs that were made in England. Those are the good ones. If you like Cadbury eggs, that is. Mick says, I wasn't Scouts. It was football. Yeah, I did. I played football for 1 day. I got hit at the practice, and I was like, never again. We're not doing this. This is aggressive and violent. I don't want it. I've definitely told this story on stream. That story on stream before. I'm happy to tell it again if you want. Who's knows this TBH? I don't even really like Girl Scout cookies. No shade, but they're just blah. I mean, they're mass-produced cookies. Like, they're you know... Yeah, I agree with you. They're not, like, the best, but, you know, people have specific allegiances to them. And part of what you get when you... Part of what feels good about eating the Girl Scout cookies is supporting the kids, like supporting kids in the organization. Now, we can also talk about how the Girl Scouts only give a very small percentage of the per box cost to each child, and how that, you know, the actual organization absorbs a lot of the money and the profit from that, and how it's sort of a racket for the kids, and they could benefit a lot more. And like, if you're in the Girl Scouts and you do things like sell other things for your fundraiser, that you'll make more money off of those, but like, we won't get into all that. Girl Scouts are also compelled to sell cookies. I think you have to, as part of having a charter from the organization. Anyway. For the nice buy for the kids and nostalgia every 3 years, why not? Mix, exactly. That's kind of my thought. Like, maybe they're not the best, but like, you know, are Goldfish or Cheez-Its superior? Whose knows? Oh man, I have. Whoo! Are we about to get in a fight? Are we all about to fight? If we thought Girl Scout cookies were a divisive issue, divisive. Yeah, are we all about to fight? I'll tell you that I have Goldfish in my cabinet right now, but I don't really know the answer to that. Lemon says my partner's favorite snack is Cheez-Its, but my opinion is that they aren't very cheesy flavored. It's too subtle. No, I have to agree. I think Goldfish are also like, Goldfish can also be disappointing. The food and the pet, but like the food is what we're talking about here. Goldfish are weird, Mick says. What is that texture? Yeah, they do have a very specific texture. When I eat goldfish, I let them melt in my mouth. Is that weird? See, this is neither. Both are important. Just get a Ritz, Mick says. Right? If you forced me to make a decision in this one, I would probably, oh man, that's a hard one. I would, I'm such a diplomat. I don't want to answer. I would probably say Cheez-Its, but I feel like that's only based on the fact that I've had Goldfish more recently, and like my memory of Cheez-Its is probably better than the Cheez-It itself. But listen, if I'm gonna go out and say one, and let me be clear, are we talking about Goldfish, all Goldfish? Or are we talking about just the original cheddar Goldfish versus the regular? Are we talking about like one for one original Cheez-Its versus original Goldfish? Or are we talking about like all of the Goldfish? Because if we're talking about all Goldfish, it's not even a contest. The pretzel Goldfish are like top tier and fantastic. Uncommon Wolf, hello, welcome in. You might have walked into a discussion here. Walked in, clicked in. Whatever. Crispy Cheez-Its are the bomb. Shock value says. I do like the Cheez-It crunch. I like better. Who's knows? Yes, yeah, the crunch of the Cheez-Its. That's kind of where my head's at. It's like all things equal, the crunch is great. You probably swallow a Goldfish in one go. Cena says, yeah, that's true. Uncommon Wolf says, so my own weird quirk is like cheese crackers, like Cheez-Its. I like having it with milk. That is a weird quirk. That's not a weird quirk. I wouldn't not say that that's weird necessarily, but it is a quirk. Yeah, hers is originals. That's what I'm thinking. Like, we got to go with originals. Like, you can't just say like Goldfish as a category, because like there's all sorts of Goldfish. I don't know if there's all sorts of Cheez-Its. I imagine there's multiple kinds of Cheez-Its. What are Kinder Eggs? Kinder Eggs are the little like eggs with like the little dippy sort of stuff in them and a toy, right? There are a variety of the Cheez-Its. Yeah, I would imagine so. I feel like I've just not seen them. I know there's white cheddar Cheez-Its and regular Cheez-Its, but I'm gonna stake my lot with the Cheez-Its in this scenario, with the caveat that pretzel Goldfish are amazing. Other Eve says Kinder Eggs, of the original Kinder Eggs. Wait, are Kinder... Maybe I'm thinking of Kinder Eggs wrong. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right one. They're like, it's like a soft chocolate or something in there, right? There are a handful of Cheez-Its. My favorite are the extra toasted. Ooh, okay. Okay, I see you, extra toasted Cheez-Its. Puffy or crunchy Cheetos? Crunchy. Crunchy. Not even close for me. Not even close. Although I do like the cheese balls. The big barrel of cheese balls. Those are the best. Eat like 20 of those at a time. My apron came untied. I can feel it being loose around my waist. Broccoli says, for a snack, I'll go with mixed nuts and chopped up dried fruit. That is a good snack. Look at you being, I don't want to say healthy, but like conscious of balance, right? Lazuli, welcome in. Never had any of these, so the discussion is entertaining. I mean, that's reasonable. Both are very distinctly, I'm pretty sure both of them are American products. Other Eve says, it used to be an outer egg milk chocolate with the inside coated with white chocolate and a small capsule with a toy. Okay. I think though, yeah, I am thinking of Kinder Eggs. It's like, they're like plastic, and they have one side has a toy in them and the other side doesn't. If we're talking about puffed cheese snacks, my favorite are the crunchy Cheetos. Hell yes. Crunchy Cheetos are a top tier snack for me. Jalapeno cheddar Cheetos too, also are crunchy. Yes. The jalapeno Cheetos are surprisingly, they have some heat to them. I was surprised when Calvin got them recently, and I think it was those that I'm thinking of. They were like, I was like, oh wow, these have some heat. My face started sweating. They remade it to be a scoop Nutella type of chocolate. Yes. Okay. So that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Okay. That is what I'm thinking of. the Kinder eggs that are like, they have like half of it is like an egg with some loose chocolate in it, and the other half is a toy. And not a great toy, but a toy. A toy that fits in a small plastic egg that you get at the checkout at the pharmacy. Shock Value says, my wife has failed to convert me to Catholicism. Oof. Let's start that one again. My wife has failed to convert me to Catholicism in our 30 years of marriage, but she has converted me over to Puffy Cheetos. Listen. I appreciate that. Mick says, in Canada, the Kinder eggs are totally hollow, of a malty white chocolate lining and milk chocolate around a capsule with a toy in it. In the US, one half is Kinder chocolate, and then the dip packets on the other side for the toy. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, people are too stupid to take the thing out. They just put the whole damn thing in their mouth and then choke on it. The Kinder Surprise is the one we can have in America. Is there a difference? Yeah, we just know them as Kinder eggs because, like, they're all the same because we don't have the other one. Who's knows? Thank you. What I'm saying is the remake. Yeah, it's the one that's like made. It's made so that you can harm yourself less on it. It used to be better before. Many things did. Many things were terrible before too. But yes. Okay, so we have onion, garlic, basil, and what else is going in this sauce? Oh, the Fortune just fell off the fridge. I love this Fortune. It stays on the fridge because it says, people are just as happy as they make up their minds to be. I do not remember Wonder Balls Uncommon. Oh, the other Fortune that's on my fridge says, all things have an end. Which is grim. Damn it! This is the second time in a row that Ginger has raided the stream, and I neglected to point out the fact that I have a Gingerbread Beauty card on my fridge. Right here. Oh well. Next time. If you're still hanging around from that raid, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Okay. We're going to take... Here's what we're going to do. One, we're going to check those tomatoes that are in the oven because those are... my timer just timed up. Oh, hey, there you are. Anyway, yes, it's, yeah, right there. Hold on. Yes, right there on the fridge. Boop. It lives on the fridge along with the other things that streamers have sent and shared. And who else is up there? We have lots of folks up there. There's actually quite a few. Rusty Rhymes is up there. BB Jess is on there. Patrick Richards, Nurse Huckleberry, Ashik, Bex from Chicago. I guess that's it. I guess that's it. But I got the card, and there it is on the fridge. All right, these are looking good. Pretty much every one of these they're all popped. Okay, perfect. Yeah, great. Okay, these have all popped, and so they're ready to go. We're gonna put these in. Woo! Fuck, that was hot on my hand. I was gonna hold these up to the camera, but then I was about to like accidentally drop them onto my computer, which would be worse. There we go. Angry Rook says, I made up my mind to be miserable. Enjoy. A 4-pack of Milk-a-Dip eggs, a 4-pack carton of chalky eggs with soft nougaty ganache and a little shell. I would eat all 4 of those, probably quickly too. Probably embarrassingly quickly. It wouldn't be embarrassing unless you were watching me. I wouldn't personally be embarrassed, but you might be embarrassed for me. I need to geek out because I never found someone who remembers Wonder Balls. Welcome to the internet. It's glad. It's always good. It's always nice when you're like, here's a weird thing from distant past. Anyone else? And someone's like, oh yeah. They were a Nestle product, Uncommon says. They were basically the same as Kinder Eggs, complete chocolate shell with a toy inside. So they were probably just trying to compete, right? I have a Rusty one in Dana's Kitchen. Oh, you know what? I have a Dana's Kitchen one up here too. It's actually, I have a pegboard or whatever cork board upstairs in the room that has like a bunch of other stuff on it. Anytime anyone's giving me a pin, that goes on the cork board. So I have some Dana stuff on the cork board too. Rusty gets around. Rusty does get around. Rusty Rhymes was in the very first stream that I ever did. Rusty was the Rusty and Lady were my 49th and 50th. I think Lady was my 50th follower. I want to say, because like the day that I made affiliate, I made affiliate from the follower numbers, and I'm pretty sure that she was my 50th follower. I think other than Lou, my fridge is mostly Angel Interceptor and Lala Carpe Diem. I love that. I love Lala. I met her IRL too at TwitchCon. Who's this says I don't like cream filled candy. It makes me feel uncomfy. You know, to each their own. I can respect that. I do. I love cream filled candy, and I love cream filled like donuts and all sorts of stuff. Get some good cookies and ladyfingers and spoon the ganache on them and just go Gollum in the corner. Mix, can I admit something to you? Do you remember the cream cheese frosting that I made the other day that I said I was going to eat with apples or whatever? I ended up eating that out of the fridge with an offset spatula, spreading it on top of the leftover ladyfingers from when I made tiramisu. And it was so good. Oh my God, it was good. It's 6 p.m. and still light out. It is 6 p.m. It is still light out, and I love it. It's nice to know you aren't delusional about the past. Well, not that part of it. Some parts of it. They had to change the Wonder Balls to have candy. I've never heard of these. This is interesting. I'll keep my inappropriate comments to myself. I mean, I might not read them out loud, but you know. What part of the conversation were you going to make an inappropriate comment about? Because we could go back for how long we've been live, 2 hours and 53 minutes. We really could. I eat that frosting with a spoon. I know. It's so good. Cream filled. Yes. The donuts. Oh, what am I talking about? Dunkaroos! Those are still around. They still have those. Oh, shit. Where was I recently that had... Oh, it was Craig's Cookies in Toronto that had a Dunkaroo version of... They had like a version of Dunkaroos that you could buy. And I was like, damn, these are amazing. I looked at them. I didn't buy them. I bought cookies instead, but they were very good. Ecto Coolers maker. Oh my God. Ecto Coolers are what happens when you add simple syrup, when you add green food coloring to simple syrup and serve it to children with the Ghostbusters logo. Mick summons the bot. Squeeze it. What did y'all call those? We used to call those hugs. I didn't call them hugs. Oh my God. I can't ever imagine my mother buying something like those to feed me. Those were not in the cards. But the little like barrel shaped juices, I'm using the word juice extremely liberally here. They were not juice. They had no juice in them. It was basically like feeding. Those things were basically like what you fill up the hummingbird feeder with, just pure sugar water. All right. There's a means to an end with what I'm doing right now. I don't need all this grated cheese. I want the rind. I want to put the rind in the sauce so that the sauce gets nice and umami-ish, if you will. Nick says, today I learned that Squeeze Pop and Squeeze-Its aren't the same thing. Are they not? I don't think I'm trying to bring to mind one of those. Pixie Sticks. Dots candy. Dots candy is still around. I buy Dots candy for Gwen. She loves it. Candy cigarettes, definitely still around. Pixie sticks, all of those things are definitely still around. As the parent of a 9-year-old child and an adult age candy fiend under the same roof, I can confirm that all of those things absolutely still exist and are available pretty widely, at least where I am. Fruitopia Baker, oh my god. What was the one? Fruit Stripe Gum, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, Fruitopia. Yeah, no. Contains 2% juice. The best thing you want to read on the label of fruit juice, honestly. As an auntie of 3 girls, I can also confirm they still exist. Yeah, and to be super clear, like my partner Gwen is a candy fanatic. Like every year, I buy her lots and lots of candy for Christmas. It's like part of the Christmas tradition. And I don't need my oven anymore. And so I'm like exposed to lots and lots of candy on a regular basis. Not a large variety, but like enough of variety. I don't mean the gummy kind of dots. Broccoli says, I mean the kind that's hard zit, so wax paper. Oh yeah, those are definitely still around. I personally like those. They're kind of fun. It's fun to like peel them off. It's very tactily satisfying too. Strawberry yoo-hoo. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. Oh man, we're all in the nostalgia snacks today, which I absolutely approve of. Okay, let's finish getting out our ingredients for the sauce. So, roughly, onion, garlic, cheese rind, sausage, chicken sausage. I'm gonna put some other spices, herbs, etc. in there. Probably the rest. We'll dump the rest of the oregano in here. I'm gonna add. What else am I gonna add here? Let's see what else we can add. Oh, hold on. What is this? Ooh, what was this from? Here's some red sauce in my fridge already. When was this? What did I make this for? Oh, this was the sauce for the beans. Oh, amazing. I'm just gonna literally dump this into the sauce that I'm making. Perfect. Okay, that's how we use leftovers, y'all. I'll show you how it's done. Let's add some of that thyme. And I think, carry the 1. I think that's it. Along with probably some sort of such thing that I find in here. Let's add some red pepper to that. And, whoa, no falling. What else? Yeah, regular pepper. We have dill. I don't really need that. I don't need nutritional yeast, so I'm going to add the cheese rind. Okay. We're ready, roughly ready to make sauce. DJ Harley asks, what is Gwen's favorite candy? Nerds. I'm pretty confident in that answer. It depends on the day, but I think overall, nerds. She really likes the bananas. Nerds, banana runts. The Smarties, but like not Smarties in the package, like loose bulk Smarties. Hard Sunny D mix. That's amazing. You know what I had in Vegas when I went? No, it was San Diego when I went, was a Pabst Blue Ribbon non-alcoholic weed beverage, and I was like, what is this intersection of brands and experience? It was wild. It was like a Pabst Blue Ribbon fruit drink that had THC in it and no alcohol. Orbit's drinks, yes, Orbit's drinks had those little balls, the little like pearls in them, tapioca pearls, maybe. Hey, it just thundered. Yes. Who's knows? Congratulations. That's great. Springing for the bonus cheese calendar mix for the in memoriam. That makes sense. You should. Uncommon says I started making a non-chocolate candy tier list the other day, but the site messed up, so I didn't feel like restarting. That is unfortunate. I love a good tier list. You know, we've never done a tier list of any kind on stream, but I feel like verbally we've done several. We're kind of doing one right now. All right, we're gonna go get this started. So what we're gonna do with this sauce today is I am going to do the meat first. So we're gonna use Drew's Dutch Oven again. We love Drew's Dutch Oven. Drew's Dutch Oven is getting a lot of use around here. I told him, he was over the other day, and I was like, hey man, I keep using your Dutch oven. Is that okay? And he was like, yeah, I don't use it. It lives in the basement. And I was like, great. Now it lives at my house. Anyway, Command Drew, DREW. He was on the Dragon's Den, Canada's Shark Tank, like 10 years ago, and he loves this area. So I literally picked up the phone and called him and asked why he liked it. And that's part of how I decided to live where I do. That's a great story. Whose note? Did I text my friend about reseasoning my cast iron? No, I didn't, because I realized I don't have his phone number. I'm also remembering in this moment that we're in a common Discord together, so I will reach out to him in that way. I still have the note on my counter here. Cheese nips. No. I've not tried cheese nips. Hold on, pause. Preheat some oil. Preheat a little oil. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick here, and then we're gonna start with the meat, then we're gonna do the onions, then we'll do the garlic, then we'll do sauce, then we'll put the tomatoes in, and then we'll put some red we'll put some canned tomatoes in, some canned crushed tomatoes, then we'll put the rest of this sauce in there, then we'll put the cheese and the thyme, and then the seasonings, and then we'll let it simmer for a little while. Bronco says I got a bunch of those 1-inch round chocolate wafer things, but mostly use them for chocolate fondue or coating English toffee. I love those chocolate wafers. You know what I use those for? Eating by the handful. Just being real. All right, going over the stove here. Let's get this camera adjusted. There it is. Okay, and let me grab my phone so I can use that to look at chat. Here we are. Okay, cool. All right, let's get these sausages out. Now these are like sausage links, or they're large sausages, so I have to squeeze them out of their little containers here. Casings, not containers. There we go. Okay. One. Whoop. Two. Gwen and Calvin should be home at some point soon, but I am pretty sure that they are just at the playground at this point, because it's real nice out here where I am in Philadelphia, Mid-Atlantic, East Coast, United States, Earth, North American continent. He likes going to the playground after orchestra gets out. And orchestra got out about half an hour ago, so I assume that's what's going on. Now this is a little more than a pound of meat. The sign said these sausages were 5 ounces each, which, like, great. So we're just going to brown these. I don't necessarily need this to cook all the way in this moment because they are going to cook quite a bit in this sauce as it simmers. But let me wash my hands real quick again because raw meat was just on them. Now, this is 51 in this northern Philly semi-exurb. It is, what's the high today? I think where I was, the high was like 9 Celsius, centigrade, Celsius. And that always happens, Angry Rook. It's chilly when the sun sets. Ooh, but you have a nice visual, though. Lots of ducks. Yeah, I was out today. I was walking, and I was, like, perfectly dressed, which is always nice. It's sometimes difficult. This is the type of weather that sometimes it's difficult to get dressed in. Especially when you're going out in the evening, too, when you're moving. When you need to move from a daytime look to a nighttime look, it can be very challenging because of the differences in temperature. The shirt, the hat, and the Crocs. Oh, you like the Crocs? Can you see, get a little sneaky look at the Crocs there? They're great. They're my favorite. I was wearing the Crocs today because I was wearing my Birkenstocks and they were like, this is TMI, but I was getting really like sweaty and uncomfortable and I like needed some more air. I'm not a big like closed, open-toed shoe fan, but I'm talking about feet. True. Although it's probably, I don't think it will respond to you again, Nix, because it responded a few minutes ago. I think there's like a time. It like times out. You have to like wait a little bit. I think. Maybe the bot's off. Maybe the bot just decided to turn itself off. Who knows? A long refractory period. Oof. No. I mean, maybe. No shame. See, it needs, it doesn't like to be too forward. It doesn't like to be too forward. It'll only ask you every so often. It will show up though. Daisy's here now. Daisy has arrived. She's sniffing at the compost bucket as she does. Mario Batali, I bet he did. He seems like a Croc guy. I like Crocs. I like made fun of them for a long time, and then I was just like, you know what? I bet they're really comfortable, and I tried a pair on, and I was like, yeah, they're really comfortable. I don't have anything for her at the moment. There's nothing appropriate for her in the on the counter at the moment. She does not like the red pepper. I know that. Doesn't want the red pepper. She probably came around because she smelled frying meat. Now this is chicken sausage. I miss the old Mario. Salumi's in Washington is amazing. I don't know where he is in the spectrum of the world. But I've always had a really sort of, I hate that I love Guy Fieri so much. I just appreciate, one of the things that I love, his like Guy's Grocery Games show is so good. I would love, that's a show that I would like love to go on. I would absolutely love to go on Guy's Grocery Games. I was talking at one point over a year ago to a person who does like casting for those types of shows, who I guess found me on Instagram, which like how you would find me on Instagram, I have no idea because my Instagram is literally just pictures of food and I haven't updated it in like 2 months. But Guy's Grocery Games is a show that I would absolutely I would say yes to without knowing the theme or anything. Much like how I made fun of the word yeet and it became vocabulary, so did Crocs become wardrobe. Next, that's how it goes, right? I know he did things he wasn't supposed to do. Yeah, and that's what I said. I'm like, I always have this sort of tentative, is it okay to like this celebrity? Iron Chef, where he bites the onion or the pepper. Oh man. Iron Chef, when that first came out, was such a revelation of shows. Punch drawing, yeah, these are looking good. The head chef of a cool restaurant was on Guy's Grocery Games this week. I do like that he has real people and celebrities, and the celebrities shows are very much like tailored to being made for celebrity. Like the themes of them. My favorite Guy's Grocery Games, though, honestly, are the ones where he is. Hold on. I want to take this meat. I want to take this meat out of here before I want to take the meat out of here before I start on the onions because I don't want to over simmer the meat. I don't want to like overdo it. So we're going to take the meat out. We'll put the onions in. We're not going to like clean it. Yeah, Iron Chef Japan. Yes, the original Iron Chef. Marianne, did I say hi to you? Hi. If I didn't, hi. If I did, hi again. Hi times 2. All right, we're going to leave those like couple raw onions that I accidentally dumped in there, and like, that's fine. They'll just be like a couple differently cooked onions. Woo! There's definitely caraway seed in here. I can see it and smell it. It's super distinctive. All right. But here we are again. So we're gonna once we get this sauce going and like finished, not finished. Where's my stove camera? There it is. Once we get the onions and the garlic cooked off in here, we're gonna do another little break for some words on stream. So heads up that that's coming up. Well, we're gonna put the onion, and then the garlic, and then we'll do the seasonings. Once we get the liquid in here, we're going to do our break. I love Alton Brown. I've heard good things about Alton Brown as a human. My friend Megan, who I literally just mentioned a moment ago, worked for Alton Brown for like 12, 15 years, something like that. She worked for him for a long time, like directly on him, with him as, I don't remember exactly her role, but I did hear like that he's not like he's an alright guy. Alton Swedish meatball is dead on for the spices. That's cool. I love when you have a recipe like that you're just like, yup, this is perfect. No farther notes. That is super helpful. I'm just adding a ton of olive oil to this because I'm gonna add a bunch of oil to this anyway. Like I like an oily kind of sauce. So we're gonna go with that. It's going to add a lot now. Turn this up. Whose Nose says, I loved Emerald Lagasse. I have, Emerald Lagasse's funny. You know, I talk about Patrick Richards on stream quite a bit. He's my favorite Twitch DJ. His sticker's on my water bottle and on the fridge behind me. But whenever I go into Patrick's stream, fellow Philly fam, Patrick Richards, he's from the city here as well. He's always just like, eat it, dads, the Emerald Lagasse of Twitch. And he says it every time I go into his stream. And it makes me so happy. Because it's funny, because I like don't look like Emerald Lagasse. I don't think I look like Emerald Lagasse. I have dark hair. I think that's about where it ends. But Emerald comes up regularly for me in my life because of that. Just in general, which is super. I always find it really amusing because it was. I think like, you know, years ago when I first started hanging out in Patrick's stream, it was like he said it, and I think it was like the first chef that came to mind, you know. And so I'm like, cool, we love it. Let's just go with it. And he's doing YouTube. Cool. I like when people make that sort of pivot in their content or their life, where they're now taking advantage of the platforms that are available, as opposed to like, I don't know, staying on the legacy media train. It does sound fun. All right. I just want to soften these up just a little bit. Just a little bit here. While I'm doing that, let me. This time has seen. Time might be up for this. No, here's some in here that are okay. I didn't store this time the way that I usually store my herbs, so it's sort of all right. Time is up for definitely for some of these. Let's tie these together so I can fish them out easier. And we still have some pasta to roll out here, so we're not like, despite the fact that we're making sauce, we're not quite close to being finished. I've got, what time is it? 18:28. I probably am going to finish right about normal time, about 19:30 or so. 7:30 p.m. for those of y'all keeping track. Right now it is 6:28 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. From here on in, we shoot without a script. Does anyone know that reference? The streets of Portland are going to be flooded. I hope that everyone is safe. Bobby Flay got a little over his skis, and after 2 more restaurants in Manhattan after the success of Mesa Grill. I always got weird vibes from Bobby Flay, I'm not gonna lie. Bobby Flay had big like football jock vibes to me. And he always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. My southern neighbors are getting some serious rain. Yeah, no rain yet. Yeah, bro, exactly, Shot Guy. He had big bro vibes, and I just wasn't on board with it. Generally speaking. All right, onions look good. Garlic looks good. I'm just hitting the garlic in here for like a minute or so. And then we're going to add everything, basically everything else, kind of all at once here. Let's grab my canned crushed tomatoes. I'm going to do 2 cans if we have them. And I'm going to use this can of Fermanos, which is a brand I've never heard of, but was the brand that was available in the store at the time. Okay, we're adding adding our roasted tomatoes. So I'm going to turn this way down now, just for the moment. Adding roasted tomatoes because those have some acidity in them, and I can get the char off the bottom of this Dutch oven before I add more liquid to this. Because once I add more liquid, it's going to come off anyway in the. But I can scrape it up right now. Either great or horrid, Lazuli. I agree with you. There's a little in between. Eddie's $1 million cook-off. Never. I don't think I remember that show, but that was that sounds like an old show for some reason. Tyler Florence, Shock Value says Tyler Florence did a show at my brother-in-law's house. Wow, that's kind of cool. I hope it wasn't like world's like insert X worst cooks or whatever. Sofo says my 6-year-old has started saying bro. Listen, Gwen says bro because she plays Fortnite with children. Calvin also says it. So both members of my household are broing it out in their language. I just go with the flow. All right, we're going to add the meat in here, plus all the juices from the meat. I'm going to turn this back up now because it is... What, burner still on? It is. And we're going to add the canned tomatoes, canned crushed tomatoes. I'm going to take a little bit of water and rinse these cans out, and we'll add that in just a moment. But I'm also going to add the red sauce that I made for those beans the other day, because it was seasoned really well. And we're going to use it up. It's a use it up meal. We're going to add the cheese, the thyme, some oregano, more oregano. There we go. All of the oregano, because I don't have any left. And what else is on the counter? We'll add the basil later because the basil will end up wilting a ton. I'm gonna add a little bit of red pepper. I'm gonna give this a stir to incorporate everything and get it all nice. And then we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna take our next break for some words on stream as this comes back up to a simmer. And then we'll be, I'm going to add some olive oil in here too, just to help loosen things up without adding too much water. And then we're going to let's rinse those cans out. So adding a little water, dump it from one can to another. Swish it around. I'm doing this over the sink because it's a little messy. And then we're going to add that right in. All right. Sauce is good. We're on the way. Now this just needs to heat for about an hour and we'll be ready to go. Once this is good, we'll fish the herbs out of here. We'll fish the cheese rind out of here. And then, oh, you know what else needs to get out of here? Salt. More than I think. Always more than I think. I already dumped the rest of the pepper in here, so let's just add as much pepper as I can from this thing. Shock Value says it was a help a home cook type of show. So it's mostly just those two cooking, because their brother-in-law's a good cook. That's cool. That's super fun. That is super fun. Yeah. Who knows? It's interesting the way, because like it's funny to me. The other two humans that live in my house treat each other in somewhat of an antagonistic way. And to me, it like, if someone, I don't know, the way that they treat each other sort of, it doesn't bother me to be around, but it would bother me if either of them treated me the way they treat each other. But, the other side of that is that we're hopefully, ideally, creating an environment where that sort of openness also invites openness in other areas of life. So, all right, we are doing great. We have some sauce on the stove. We have some pasta in the fridge. No, pasta's on the counter. And we're going to take a quick break now. I'm going to clean up the counter. And we'll be right back. Here comes the Game Awards on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad if you're watching on Twitch. If you don't want an ad, you can go subscribe on YouTube. See you in a minute. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Right. Let's clean up the counter. Actually, I want to slice this basil. I can slice the basil later? Question mark? I'll slice the basil later. I'm going to get set up for... I have to get set up for pasta. That's what I need to get set up for. Do I need my scale for pasta? I don't think so. Let's put these potatoes away. They're just out on the counter. So I'm going to add those to yesterday's potatoes, and now there's just a big container of leftover taters in the fridge. Not a bad thing. Okay. And the loading of the dishwasher continues. I'm gonna load the dishwasher. Under 24, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. From here on in, I shoot without a script. First stop Roger, tuning a thunder guitar that he hasn't played in a year. Great. It's great. Now I'm just going to have Rent in my head all day. Also, not a bad thing, but like, not really what I wanted. It's okay. Right. Cleaning out the sink. This sauce is just started to bubble. Wow, wait. I guess, oh, damn, I missed that y'all cleared that board that quick, and I didn't restart it. Oh, well. Sorry for the wait. Didn't intend y'all to have to wait to play another one. Okay. Hey, if you're watching an ad on Twitch, you're not anymore. You're back. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. Ads are the worst. I agree. If you can hear me, that means you stuck around, and I appreciate you. If you can't hear me because you didn't stick around, well, that's on you. And I don't mind that either, and I get it. Okay, but finishing the Game Awards on stream here, I am processing some dishes, giving the sauce a stir because it's starting to bubble, which is beautiful and lovely, and it looks amazing. All right, what else do we have to do today? We have to before I get started rolling my pasta, which is like which is kind of, kind of the point, we need a pot of water to cook this pasta in. So let's fill, oh, God darn. My compost bucket almost took me out. Let's fill a big pot of water here while we're waiting. I'm going to get my salt out so I remember to salt the pasta water. I also have to move all of these cast iron pans off of the stove because they're where my big pot of water goes to boil. So let's put those back in the oven where I will forget about them. And then by the time the oven gets turned on, there'll be like super hot cast iron things in the oven. Alrighty. Very nice work, y'all. I'm going to come back over here. I don't think the words on stream sounds are coming through. The dee-dee-dee-dee, all of the like end of game sounds. I'm pretty sure they're not coming through on my end. That's why I'm a little less responsive when I'm like, oh, I didn't realize it even ended. The countdown is coming through, but I don't know why they're not. They just stop. That's always fun. Okay, pot of water is filling in the sink. That's good. Big old pot of water. I'm going to set that to high and get that on its way to boiling. And I'm going to add some salt to my pasta water. And a lot of salt to the pasta water. The thing with homemade noodles is they cook really quickly, like 2 minutes, like less than 2 minutes. And so you have to add a lot more salt to your pasta water because they really only absorb a little bit. Like regular noodles, when you cook them, will be they'll be in there for like 10 minutes or so, and they have a lot more time to absorb. Homemade ones don't, and so the more salt you add to the water at the beginning or during the process makes sense. Yeah, because they have less time to absorb. The noodles themselves have salt in them too, which is also kind of nice. All right. But before we move into rolling, because the rolling is quite the process. So let me taste this sauce. Here's what's going to happen. You ready? I'm going to taste this, and I'm going to say, needs more salt. Ready? You'll be shocked to learn that it needs more salt. We're going to add a little more salt to that. Not too much, though. Just a little bit. And more pepper. So this is looking good. Tasting good. Who's there says, I think it's great that your partner can communicate that way that they do, right? But that doesn't mean it works for you. As long as they approach you in a manner that is suitable to your specific relationship, I feel that's ideal. Yeah, no, totally. And we've had these conversations. Like, I am very happy saying to either of them, hey, I don't like that. I don't want that. I don't want you to say that to me in that way. That's not how I want to communicate or whatever, like and you're right. Like, she doesn't mind that Calvin, my son, is like antagonistic towards her. They give each other this back and forth. And it's very much like if you're a gamer, right? Which I imagine some of you listening are gamers. It's like that. It's that sort of like, you know, you kind of rag on someone, you know, that sort of like you're going upstairs and you're just like, "Ugh," you know, whatever. Um, I don't want that. And they know that that's not for me. So you're right. That is exactly the dynamic. And yeah, when those things come up, I'm happy to be the person who's like, hey, maybe let's not say that to me because I'm sensitive and don't like that. Cozy gamer. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm talking about like Call of Duty gamers or like Fortnite. Probably Fortnite. I don't know. I don't really enthusiastically play any of those types of games, but like, so I'm just kind of making an association that I can't really speak to personally. Because, as I said, I do not thrive in that environment, and I don't go into those environments. I don't want to get yelled at. FPS gamers, yes. First person shooter. I know things. Okay, we have this nice pasta ball that's been resting here for a while. The color has significantly changed on this. It's much darker and like richer looking now, which is wonderful. That's what we want. I put my flour away, which was silly, because I definitely need flour for this process, like lots of it. Not lots, but an amount that is more than a teeny bit. So let me go get a little scoop of flour into a container here so I can make this pasta. Because as you're rolling it, you kind of flour it, and then after you're finished and it's shaped, and you're letting it sit or you cook it, you need to flour it so it kind of gets floured all along. Okay. Sauce is bubbling, looking good. Who's this says, I think your ability to communicate that is great. I would never feel safe talking to my parents about how I feel or how we communicate. Oh, we talk. Calvin yeah. We talk about how we feel a lot. I do. And then I make him do it. We're very open. It's interesting because the dynamic in our house is not one that definitely not one that I grew up with, and definitely not I think one that other people would be comfortable with sometimes. But I think we don't have a punitive environment. There's no punishment, right? So it's just much more open than I think I've experienced elsewhere. Jealous of a 9-year-old. Well, he's still 9. He's still got limitations. He's still got the limitations one might imagine a 9-year-old should have, but communication wise, I think I try to be more understanding. I try to let him experiment in a way where he can say whatever or do whatever, and I don't like come down on him for being, if he says something that's like super offensive, right? It's not a like you're getting yelled at scenario. It's a like, hey, let's talk about what you just said. Like, watching my dad enter his super woke senior era. Maybe wish for a fleeting moment I had kids, because he'd be the coolest pops. I do love that. And I think it is funny to see, I think all, folks as they age, I think folks as they age either soften or calcify. I don't think there's a lot of in between. Softening is good. You want soft. So we're getting the pasta machine out. Now, I also have in here these like fettuccine / spaghetti cutters. I hate these things. I probably will never, I don't want to say never because never is a bad word, but it's rare that I would use those. How do I put it? I don't imagine a scenario where I would be using those, generally speaking. I prefer to cut the noodles in really thick, like wide strips and have them be, guess that's the end of that parchment paper. Cool. Well, perfect. That literally fits on the tray. As a Canadian, Justin Bieber once said, never say never. He did say that. Yeah, they're definitely, I didn't like ask or text or anything, but they're definitely at the playground. They can't be anywhere else. I don't know where else they would be. But for peace of mind, let me check and see if Gwen texted me. She did not. Nope, they're home. That was easy. Okay. I just heard them come in. Or just heard the door downstairs. Great. Okay. The Canadian theme does continue. I'm a way better auntie than a parent, Mick says. I think that it's interesting. I feel like sometimes folks who don't have kids like get guilted for it. Or like, you know, it's just like a thing. People be like, oh, when you gonna have kids, right? But like, to me, being a safe adult in another child's life, whether it's an aunt or a neighbor or whatever, is a super valuable role. Hey, Callie. I'm home, and I'm obviously home. I'm streaming, and I'm making pasta. Yes, you have time for your iPad. You good? Okay. Yeah, I figured. You look flushed. You look like... Did you have... Look at me. Did you have water ice?
No, I didn't.
What'd you have? You had something. Your face looks like red. Just licking? Okay. Okay. You're behind the sauce. Making pasta. Like homemade pasta. I'm gonna have some red sauce on it.
Abby, Skylar, her sister Soleil, and Oliver, a first grader who's surprisingly good at soccer.
Okay.
3 of them on a team and stuff.
Oh wow. At the playground? Okay, cool. That's fun. I'm glad you got a chance to go to the playground. That's great. That's great.
So tired.
Well, Calvin came in excited and Gwen came in not. Whatever the opposite of that is. We'll go sit down. I don't want anything right now.
I know what it is. What if it's a gold bracelet?
If that's a food item, I do not want that. No, I'm not rude. That is not rude. I don't want to eat right now. Get out of here.
Sure, men is household.
See what I'm talking about?
House.
What if it's a gold bracelet? It's not a gold bracelet. Gold bracelets don't come in carry-out containers. Okay. Little Teresa, welcome in. Yeah. Okay. Let's make some pasta. Oh. It says I got fixed at 25, so I had a lot of years of wild interactions with vehement have kids people. Yeah. People who tell other people to have children should shut up. Darlene says, did you know Justin Bieber has Lyme disease? I did not know that. Interesting. Callback? Throwback? Callback. Okay. Here's what we're doing. We're going to make pasta. I'm using this pasta roller. Going to roll. We have... She could have gotten a gold bracelet and put it in a takeout container. This is true. There could have been any number of things that could fit in that container, but the likelihood that it was food was extremely high. I was pretty sure that it was food because I saw the email that she ordered lunch today from Grubhub.
Good girl.
Oh my God, mixed. Yeah, that's the friend that you want. Like, you want to be that person. You want to be like the reliable person in your friends' lives or, their kids' lives. Without.
What? It's just a question. Why are you looking at me like that?
You were just antagonistic. Why? No, I'm a parent. We're talking about being a non-child having person and being a presence in someone else's child's life. And how valuable that is. You know how like Drew and Michelle, Calvin knows them and they can interact and like they don't have kids and like it's very valuable to have them as friends and have them come over and talk to him and all? Give me. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Jamie, your takeout free since January 4th? Huge. Congratulations. Lazuli says, I like being the village more than the parent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Just being like the support person who can also be like, oh, your kid's melting down. I gotta go. That's also great. There is a difference between being reliable and being taken advantage of. No, true. That's true. That's extremely true. And if you are in the position of feeling taken advantage of, it's nice to be able to like step off of that. You've helped your nieces for 10 years. That's great. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just being the one who's there, being the one who's involved. Because at some point, if you have a good relationship with them, like they may need someone who they may need someone to listen to them who's not their parents because they have like a delicate situation or something like that. And like, you're going to end up being that person. That's just how it works. Everyone does need a mix in their life, so I agree. All right. So, rolling pasta. Good. That. So I'm folding this and I'm trying to get it to a nice spot of the right width. Sort of, it's nice and smooth. Man, this pasta feels, I wish you could like feel this, but the texture on that, it's not even going to focus. It's just so nice. Is this all the dough? No, this is 1/4 of it. Who knows, you went to an elementary school concert. Yep. Yeah, that's when you know you're in deep in someone else's life, when you're going to an elementary school concert and you don't have kids. It's for sure. That's when you know you're in it. All right, so we're going to start to roll this out now into a thinner noodle. I like my noodles to be, this goes up to 7. I like my noodles at a 6. So they're not thin, but they're not thick, but they're not as thin as they could be. I like them a little chunkier. Trinilla says, I don't know how to be an adult with parents. I haven't had parents in my life since I was 19. Hope that doesn't mean I'll be a terrible parent to adults when mine grow up. No, I'm sure you're fine. I'm sure you're fine. I mean, having kids with parents, having kids and having your parents in your life, like, doesn't make you a better parent. It may make you a worse parent, depending on how your parents are. So there's, like, the other side of that is it might be bad. It might cause you heartache and strife and difficulty, and it might mean that you have less patience available for your children in times where they need it. So there's all sorts of reasons why that I don't think that makes too much of a difference. Role models, Fudge Darling, I think is exactly the point. More important that you have good folks modeling, or at least good influence. Okay, so we're going to take this and flour it now. I didn't flour it at all. It, like, was very, this dough was not sticky and very smooth. And I think that's because I let it rest for so long. I'm not sure, but hopefully that means it'll also be easy to cut. And why I'm doing this in the way that I'm doing it, I don't really know. Because I should just cut this. Okay. There we go. Where'd that knife go? There it is. Okay, let's cut this into, like, noodle size strips. And then we'll cut it into noodles. We'll put those on the sheet pan here, my prepared sheet pan on the left, and then we'll do another one. Who's knows? That's always nice to hear. Lazuli says everything is nuanced and parenting is a skill that's learned. This is absolutely true. Like, I think that the lessons you take in parenting are like how you were parented yourself, not necessarily how your parents are when you're an adult, right? Butts in seats mix. That's, yep, exactly. A kiddo theater in the town. Going to the children's theater has to be super fun. If I'm real honest, I would probably get a little bit high before I probably have like an edible or something. But sometimes that also makes you a good parent. But, like, to each their own. Okay, let's cut these. I'm gonna cut these into, like, slightly thicker than fettuccine. What is this music that's playing right now? Or it was. It's like Gregorian chants or something. All right, these look great. Ooh, Jamie, fresh lasagna noodles for lasagna. You fancy. I like it. Wegmans, though. Ooh, that's great. Even better. If you got fresh pasta, didn't have to make it yourself, you're doing great. This ominous elevator music, you're right. Broccoli says, I always treated other people's kids the way I would have wanted to be treated when I was one. Totally. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because we have some adult friends. A lot, like many of Gwen's friends that she hangs out with regularly do not have children, and yet they interact with Calvin, and I think it's fascinating to me because they almost always, they treat him right at the level where he's capable of interacting, which for him is a pretty high level because he's a bright kid and has a good vocabulary and, has parents who don't baby him, who talk to him sort of like a semi-autonomous member of the household. And so like he gets that experience at home, and then we have friends who are like on the level with him as well. And like I said, I think it's valuable. Bonus grown-ups who aren't in charge of survival. Right. Yeah, like we had we had some friends over. We had Drew and Michelle were over the other night to watch the Traitors finale, and like Calvin got up to go to the bathroom at one point. Like he'd already been in bed. He got up to go to the bathroom, and Michelle like yelled upstairs, was like, good night, Calvin. And she was like, oh shit, was I supposed to do that? And it was just funny. It's like, yeah, no, but it's fine. Yeah, most kids know when they screw up. Agreed, Baco. Yeah, like Calvin had a moment yesterday where he had something that he forgot to do. And in the moment that he needed to have done it, he realized he forgot to do it. And he was visibly upset about it, right? And your reaction could be like chastising, like, oh, you should have done that. I told you to do that. Why didn't you do that? Whatever. But it's like, yeah, he already felt bad about it. Like, you don't need to rub it in. There's no need to dwell on it. Like, tell him he's still a good kid because he forgot. Tell him that he's not going to have significant consequences from the forgetting. Remind him that there might be consequences for forgetting, but that's okay, and you move on. I think that that's all fair. Cinderella says, my childless cousins treat my kids better than anyone else I know with kids. He and his husband just treat them like normal people. Not like helpers that show always obey. Yeah. Yeah, and they're not just like compliant little members of your households. They aren't. They're whole individuals all on their own who sometimes give you the finger and call you a loser if you live in my house. But like, again, that's how it goes. This is the type of thing I'm talking about that happens with Gwen. I don't like that. Okay. No. One more. Maybe. This is the hardest part about rolling pasta is this first pass through, getting it where it's like nice and ready to be elongated. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to flour it again. And then we're going to start passing it through. We're going to pass it one more time through the first press without folding it, just to make sure it's all even. And now we're going to start the thinning and elongating process. That's a 2. Here comes a 3. I'm going to flour it again. Maybe? I don't think I need to. Here comes a 4. Here comes the 5. I might get to 6 without any flour, just like on the first one. Now, I love the hand crank pasta roller because if you screw up and you put like too much, it is like if it goes sideways or something goes wrong, you can stop rolling. That's why the KitchenAid one, I find it a little frustrating because once it's in, it's getting sucked in and you can't do anything about it. You're just like, well, there it goes. It's all wonky. That's not true. You love me and my sisters. I love that. Whose knows? Called out by a 9-year-old. They see right through you. That's the other thing. The kids just like, they see you a bit more genuinely, I think. At least it feels like it. All right. Last one. Going through all the 6. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. This one started going through a little bit sideways, and I slowing down just to make sure it gets through and doesn't get caught in the sides. Easy. There we go. One. I'm going to put this first before flowering at this time, because last time was like deeply awkward looking and feeling for that matter. Okay. Noodles. Beautiful. Little flower. Mix. That's exactly right. I think sometimes those conversations are fun for kids because you're just not in there. You're not on the same level as parents, and they know that. So they have a little bit more openness. Aw, brownies. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, we've got, speaking of children, my child is now upstairs on his iPad, probably watching YouTube, playing Roblox, or playing chess. So he's occupied in the moment. He's gotten into chess a lot recently, which is interesting. He's better than me. Definitively better than me. He beats me consistently, but that's not hard because I'm not good at chess. I'm just not 9 years old. But, you know, many 9-year-olds are better than me at chess, according to the internet/history. You can't get chess right. I just mess up. I can't stop making the same stupid mistakes. He's better than me because I didn't even learn to play. I learned to play, but I didn't learn any strategy or anything. I know the logistics of the game, but now he's in the mode of I'm learning different openings and different things, and the other day he beat me in 5 moves or 6 moves, and I was like, oh, that was embarrassing. And he was like, yeah, it was. And then he told me all about why I lost and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay. Okay, thanks. But it is fascinating that he's into that now, and he has the chess.com app and can play other people and all that. Grumpy, that's great. It's nice to have. I like neighbor kids. We have quite a few kids that live on our right in our little area here. Jamie says my daughter can solve a Rubik's Cube in 30 seconds. Yeah, I haven't solved a Rubik's Cube in 40 years. 30 seconds is pretty damn impressive. All right. Noodles are looking good. So I'm just flouring these quite a bit because that way they won't stick together. Kind of tossing them with some flour, and then I'm just putting them on a tray. And they're not going to have time really to dry out because I'm going to cook them pretty shortly after rolling them. So we're halfway through the rolling process. Then they're going to cook for 2 minutes, and we're going to sauce them, and it's going to be done. So the rest of this should go. The rolling is the last and the most tedious part here. Give them my sauce a stir. Sauce is looking a much richer, deeper red. Oh, mix. That sounds like a fun idea for an activity. That sure sounds like y'all grew up without the internet. Oh my God. There's a redeem on this channel. I think it might still be active, called Don't Even Get Me Started, which is basically that. It's just a riff on something. And I love the concept of that. It's funny, just the other day I came across I screenshotted the internet post that was the inspiration for that redeem, and it came up on my time hop the other day. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, that's a fun idea. Perfect. Wow, that one turned out Much better. Turned out much better. Yeah, sometimes I always feel like if that one's been redeemed a couple of times, and I always feel like I need like a few minutes to calibrate my thoughts. Sophie asked, if I didn't want to eat all the noodles today, would I freeze them before cooking? Yes, I would. Yeah, I would lay them. What I would do if I didn't want to eat them now is I would lay them flat. I would not freeze them in this format. I might make like a nicer little like nest out of them and freeze them in that way. Or I would just lay them flat, completely flat on a sheet pan. That would probably be my step if I was going to freeze them. If I wasn't going to eat the noodles today, I probably wouldn't make them into noodles. I would just freeze the dough, because you can freeze the dough and it's totally fine. You can just thaw it in the fridge for a day or two and it would be perfectly ideal. I mean, I've only done this. I think I've only used frozen dough once, but I think you can. I don't know how long you can freeze it for, but I know you can freeze it just in like a little block. Like you could freeze this little thing, this little like dough chunk. Frothy says, as a kid, games were backgammon, Monopoly, and maybe some card games. Poker versions, but not for money. I don't even know what games I played as a kid. I feel like we didn't play a lot of games. I'm still not like a game person, tabletop, video, or other. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. That was a 6. So we're gonna. I'm just rough cutting the length of these noodles. I don't really have I'm not measuring, so they're going to be different lengths. So my water is on the stove, and I can hear it. I can hear it boiling behind me. So we are ready to cook these when it is time. I think I'm going to do a little like basil chiffonade to be fancy, and I'm just going to pop that on the top so that it doesn't go in the sauce necessarily, but it is still part of the dish. The tomatoes are spitting. Yeah, they're bubbling. They're bubbling like just enough that it's not jumping over onto the stove and splattering. They're like at that perfect simmer level. So I'm just kind of letting them be at the moment because I really just want that to. I want it to thicken kind of as much as possible. They are rude. The parents put Scrabble, Softy says, because I was dyslexic and they knew I needed spelling practice. So I guess crazy words on stream, that might be part of it. You know what? I think that's kind of fun. I like that. Scrabble's a fun game. Yeah, I'm not an enthusiastic gamer. I don't love board games or card game. I don't game. I'm not a gamer. Like in any sense of the word. Oh. And I'm like, I don't know. I always feel bad about it because like people in my life like games and I just don't. You got hit in the face Sunday with tomatoes? With tomato spittle? Or like, seriously. Regardless, I hope you're okay. It was hot tomatoes. That could be terrible. I have several versions of Monopoly and no one to play with. I do like now that if you're a gaming type person and you are not living with somebody or living with somebody who doesn't like the game, that you can do that online. That's kind of nice. I was reducing my sauce. Okay, yeah. Ooh. Do you have like a little like burn mark. I hate when I like the little burn marks on your face. I get those on my arms sometimes when I'm cooking with oil. All right. That one looks good. And now, one sec. Just right. Lynn's getting their own Monopoly version. I'm kind of surprised they don't have that already. I feel like Monopoly is one of those things that there's just been like myriad versions of Monopoly over the years. You know what the worst part about redeeming those on-screen celebrations is that I don't see them. They don't come through on my OBS instance because it's through Twitch. It like doesn't get passed back into my broadcast. So I see it and I'm like, oh. I see the gigantified emotes, but I don't see the large on-screen things because it's the Twitch platform that they're operating on. But it's cool. I like them, and I like seeing them when they happen on a channel that I'm watching. From a broadcaster perspective, though, I don't know how I would see them. There's probably a way I could see them. Mixed D&D is I've tried to play D&D, but I can't get in. I just couldn't get into it. It's not actually raining tomatoes in my kitchen. No, I'm sorry, it's not. But I can do hold on. But can I offer you some tomatoes in this version? That one I can see. All right. Last little bit of pasta coming through here. Last one. Now, I think I just landed on a good method here that I won't remember, but maybe next time someone can remind me when I make pasta. But rolling the first piece into a cylinder and putting that through like that as opposed to a chunk makes these relatively flat. And I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try something that I saw elsewhere that maybe this will work and maybe it will mess everything up. But TBD. I know people do this. I've seen lots of folks do this, like chefs on their like pasta making. Just cut the sides so that it's nice and flat and whatever. I don't like doing that because I feel like it's wasting pasta. Lazuli says, I love watching others play D&D. I do. I definitely enjoy that. I like watching the couple different D&D channels here on Twitch. There's a few that are pretty popular, and every once in a while I'll really get into one of those and watch it for a couple hours. From a player's perspective, it's the same reason that I didn't really ever want to like when I was active with like my theater group in college, like I didn't want to be on stage. I was always like a tech person because just the playing a role and like acting always just felt weird to me for some reason. Well, I can't pinpoint why. I don't have any like specific thing that happened or background or whatever, but like it just always felt weird to me. Being someone else. I like being me. So professional, I know. Jamie, what is that emote? I'm watching it go. Ooh, I like that one. Where's that from? What channels? Whomst? tomato is that? Four. Now we're at five. A drama channel. Ooh. Like drama like acting or drama like drama farmer? Because some channels that create YouTube drama. Okay. So, popcorn drama. Girl world drama. Oh, got it. Okay. Say no more. I know what you mean. Okay. Last noodles. Last shaped noodles. This one was a little shorter. So each of these is also a different size. Each of those little pasta things is a different size. So the number and length of noodles that come out of each one is also varied. But I'm almost there. We almost made it for 7:30 today. I was trying, but we missed it. A Zach adjacent channel. Like I said, I think I know what I think I know what you mean. That's so funny. Oh man. Drama on the internet? Never. If it's handmade, I don't necessarily even want it to be uniform. Agreed. And if you hung out on this channel for other pasta making streams, there's one stream where I was like, I'm gonna make a couple different pasta shapes. And some of them turned out okay, some of them didn't. But like generally speaking, this is my favorite way to prepare pasta because it's easy. Like you roll the sheet, you cut the noodles with a knife, you cook them. No, nothing difficult, just easy. Liz, welcome in. Good to see ya. Oh, that's so great. New friends who moved in. Amazing. I hope they turn out to be good people. Like, I hope there's not a moment where you're like, oh. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're like, oh. Maybe our kids shouldn't really play together. Number 6 on the hand crank pasta roller is good for various dumplings. Yes. Down to a 7 for pot stickers or shumai, but 6 is good for wontons. Broccoli. 6 is my favorite because it's like, I love a thick noodle. That's like, that's like a heartier noodle than what you get with like the fettuccine from the store. And these are that. So we have an entire tray of noodles now. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. During break, I'm going to clean the counter and get ready. I'm going to get out my bowls to serve this in and get ready to cook the pasta. I'm going to put the pasta maker. I'm going to clean the counter and put all this stuff away and get ready to cook the pasta. And we're going to get out the bowls to cook the pasta in. And that's probably going to be till the end of the break. So let's wait. Hold on. That was turning on caps lock. We don't want to do that. We want to go here and then we want to go here. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna play some words on stream. When we come back from that, we're gonna cook the pasta and sauce it, and then we'll be ready to go. Jamie, enjoy the rest of your day. Jamie, if you are lurking around on Sunday, we'll be live on Sunday. Maybe. Hopefully. That's the goal. Tomorrow's Friday, and no matter what, I'll get through it. That's a good yes. I have a personal vendetta against long noodles. Well, these, I'm sorry to tell you, are of varying lengths, some of which might be called long. Oh, Tundrell, that sounds really annoying. I'm glad you've gotten a better neighbor situation. For sure. Okay, here we go. We're gonna play a little game of words on stream. Wait, did the scene move? It did. There it goes. Did it come up? It did. Okay. Here's words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad if you're watching on Twitch. If you don't want an ad, go to YouTube and subscribe. We'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another
All
edition
right.
of Commercials I
Let's take this flour and we're just going to toss that in the compost because I just had my fingers all in it and we don't want to put that back in the thing. I'll wash my hands. Man, this sauce is reduced so much. It's looking so good. I'm really excited about this sauce. Because this is just like a straight up red sauce, which I haven't done in a while, and has some meat in it. It's also good. It's just going to be like a good hearty pasta. And hopefully Gwen likes it, because she seems to have had a rough day of meeting. No. I'm glad this was on the agenda today. All right. That's good. Clear the counter here. I'm going to use this cutting board again for my pictures, which I will take and I don't know, probably do nothing with, but that's okay. That's on me. One more word. You almost got it. Here we go. There it is. Dee-dee-dee. See, I heard it that time, but I don't know if it was just because I was looking or what. Wow, y'all got through that one quick. I went through that one real quick. Okay. Water is boiling. Sauce is going. I think what I'm going to do is get a separate. I'm going to get a separate pot out because I don't think I'm going to use all of this sauce, and I don't want to just dump all the noodles into the sauce. So I think we'll get the other Dutch oven out, and once the noodles are done, I'll like put a little bit of sauce in there. We'll make it, we'll add the sauce as we go. Or I'll add just the right amount of sauce to like perfectly coat and get the noodles to their goodly sauced way. That doesn't even make sense. What words am I saying? Hey, if you were watching ads on YouTube, Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you don't see any ads. If you're seeing ads on Twitch, you're back. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. We have 2 more words left in this words on stream round. 2 4-letter words, the kind you can type into a Twitch chat. While I'm putting everything away here and getting my counter pushed off. We got one more word. Yes, there it goes. Nice work. Good job today, y'all. That was the last words on stream game for the day. Congratulations. Y'all did great. Smuggy's mom, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in on the words on stream. Okay, we're going to hold on. Turn the mouse off so I can wipe it off. Turn it back on. Turn the keyboard off so I can wipe it off. You know, I used to have we were talking about Rusty Rhymes on stream quite a bit earlier, but I used to have a plastic cover on my keyboard that he suggested I put on there because I was complaining about doing what I'm doing right now. But I took it off because it just got gross after a while, and then I was like, I don't want to. I took it off to replace it, and then never replaced it. Tale as old as time. Okay, good. Is anything weird and moving? No. All right. Okay. Counter is clear. And what else did I say I wanted to do? I wanted to get another pot. I wanted to get another pot out. All right, so let's do this. We're going to turn this sauce. Come on over to the stove. Let's check this sauce out real quick. Sauce is a different color than when we started. Much different color, much redder. Much redder. Where is my herb sachet? There it is. Yeesh. Here we go. There we go. Trash. And somewhere in here, possibly, we might either, I'm going to find it scooping around like this, or I'm going to find it when we scoop it into a pot. But there's a cheese rind in here that was, it might be gone at this point. It might have melted in. I wish I liked red sauce more. I like it enough for everyone, so. And sometimes, I don't always love red sauce, but sometimes, today I had a craving for it, so that's what I went with. Just scrape this stuff off the sides too, because this is like the good stuff. That is the concentrated flavor of an hour and change of simmering on the edge of that pot. So you can't, you're doing yourself an incredible disservice if you don't scrape the side of the pot that's from the stuff that's been reduced. There we go. Does anyone ever randomly think about how Phil Collins went above and beyond for Tarzan? I'm not sure I know how you mean, but I do randomly think about Phil Collins every once in a while. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. I love pesto, too. I love homemade pesto. It's almost homemade pesto season. God damn, that's good. Okay. That was, oh, God, that was so good. Okay. What do I need to do? I want to get out a pot. I want to get out the other, yeah, I want to get out the other Dutch oven. Because that's going to be like the right size for to put all of these noodles in. We're going to move the sauce. Ready for this? We're going to move the sauce to the back and the other Dutch oven to the front. I'm going to add a little bit of the sauce in the Dutch oven just to start. Because once the noodles go in, where's the garlic bread? Liz, we forgot. We didn't forget. I just didn't make garlic bread today. I failed. I didn't. It just happened. Or didn't happen, I suppose, also cases. I know. I thought about it too. I thought about it like an hour and a half ago, and I was like, and then then another thought came into my head, and then it just came up again. I know you're asking on behalf of Gwen, and I appreciate that. It's really funny because I've said things before to other folks, like IRL folks, right? About how Adabek, welcome in. Morning. I also think every so often. I was telling Lisa at the post office when I was there last time that y'all, when I'm making cookies now, will ask me if I'm like accounting for the Lisas in my cookie tally, and she was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, like, you know, I talk about y'all. I mention y'all in stream," and she was like genuinely touched. And I was like, yeah, but like, yes. So I appreciate the ask, even if I have to be like, oh, I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's Lisa D and Lisa B at the post office. And they're great. They're both really nice. And they're fantastic. And generally speaking, we love the Lisas. We do love the Lisa's, Liz. We love the Lisa's, and it's funny because, you know, y'all give me like addresses and like I send the cookies to like your names and addresses and like where people actually live. And every once in a while they'll be like, "Oh, this is a new person," or like, "Oh yeah, I recognize this person." Especially where I will put someone's like screen name or chat name on the box instead of like, basically if you give me if you give me a name to put on the box, like your actual name, I'll put your name on the box. But if you don't, I'm just going to put your screen names on there. And so there's some folks who I always put the screen names on the box. And they know some people's screen names. It's really funny to me. I hope that's not horrifying to y'all. Like, oh my god, never again. Oh, the Lisa's the opposite of the Karens. Yeah, basically. They're postal workers, so they don't take any shit. But yeah, they're like, when I come in the office, because I stop in the post office more frequently than the once a month that I do the cookies, and you know, when I go in, they're like, "Hey, Dad," which is odd to me sometimes, but it's also quite endearing. This says I barely remember my own name sometimes. Fair. 8 people that live in your house. Yeah, and some folks give me their actual name, and some folks have given me like, or I've sent them a box once and put their screen name on it, and then the next time they're like, "Can you send it to like this name because it's like weird because I don't want questions about it," and I'm like, "Sure, no problem." I don't care. I'll put whatever you want on the box. I don't want you to feel bad getting them. I think after 30, I stopped counting, Liz. That's also very reasonable. Struggling to remember how old you are. Michael Arias, if I ever got a package addressed to head of broccoli, and I definitely would too. If you gave me nothing but the address, I would put your screen name on it. If your screen name has an apparent actual like first name, I would use that, but like otherwise I won't. Mick says I tend to eventually give my real name because I think it confuses the village. Yeah, and some folks, you know, were like, "Hey, I don't want roommates or whatever. I don't want other people who might see this to like see that and ask me about it." Liz says I say I'm either 35 or 36. Next birthday, I'll say I'm either 36 or 37. Cyber K Chop. Ooh, next time. Frothing for 40. Is that a... I don't know how I feel about that statement. I know how I feel about turning 40, which is I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel any different. Okay, let's get my bowls out and get ready, because this is going to go really quick. So far since I turned 37, 37 is a good age. Hedda Hopper was a famous gossip columnist back in the 30s, but it sounds too much like Grasshopper. It does. There's 3 of us for dinner tonight, Liz. We're doing Gwen and Calvin. Calvin had rehearsal after school, and then
This is your friendly reminder to save a cup of your pasta water.
I will. Thank you. And you know what? To be fair, I'm not dumping this water out, so I wouldn't accidentally dump it all out. So I saw 2 bowls. Nope, we got 3. They're kind of in passing, hard to tell. Looks like 1 to I feel you. But yeah, we're not dumping the pasta water today, so we definitely will be able to have a save situation. Let's come on over to the stove. Hold on. Can I do something here? I'm gonna try something. That doesn't quite work how I want it to. So we're just going to go with that. And then we'll move it over. All right. I try to save some when I dump. Usually what I do is I put the measuring cup, the glass measuring cup, in the colander when I get the colander out, because then it's like less likely that I forget. All right, we got pasta going in here. Are we ready? Pasta, pasta. Do 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 do. I'm just gonna plop that in. Basically, by the time I get all of it in, some of it's gonna be ready to come out. So it'll cook pretty quick. I'm trying to keep these noodles separate. I should have agitated the water a little bit before I put these in, but it's okay. We don't actually need to do that. I will agitate the water now. Yeah, these are loose. They're not stuck together. They're not in a big clump. We love it. Uncommon, that is the nice thing about fresh pasta. We are able to, like, I'm just going to use the spider and move it over to the sauce pot. Like, that's the move. Yeah, and these cook instantly, for lack of a better term. Oh, mix. I know what you mean. It was weird. I saw like photos of myself when I was a kid just earlier today, and I was like, oh, that's odd, because like that's still me, but like it doesn't look like me anymore. Kind of does, I guess. I still feel like a kid a lot of the time. Head Hopper was originally from PA. I'm not originally from PA, but I call it home. I've lived here for longer than I lived anywhere else in my life at this point. I've lived in Pennsylvania for more time. I've lived in Philadelphia for more time than anywhere else. Oh, Liz, frozen fish fillets, coleslaw in the fridge, rice or frozen fries. If you had some wraps, if you had some like wraps, you could make a little bit of a sauce and have like a sort of fake taco. Yeah, uncommon. That's my thought. But otherwise, barring that, I'd probably do the fillet and fries. I only say fillet and the fries because you'd do both of those in the oven, right? Like, because then you're not like also making rice unless you have leftover rice. All right, this pasta looks good. We're pretty much ready to go here. Let's move this over to our sauce. And we're going to move the camera over to the sauce too. So if you're motion sensitive, look away, because it's going to be a little shaky. Maybe not. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So we're taking the pasta. Whoa. Taking the pasta, putting it on the spider, letting it drip for just a second, moving it over. I don't need to add a lot of water to this because it's already wet. Already quite wet because I'm not draining it. I'm just kind of like shuffling it over. Always keep the Trader Joe's frozen jasmine rice on hand. 3 minutes in the microwave. Oh, okay, so you're like easy peasy no matter what you do. I would definitely do tacos though. Because of like fish stick and slaw with like just a little bit of like a mayo based sauce or whatever, sour cream sauce, maybe a sour cream sauce. Lemon, if you're still here, apologies on the mayo. All right, water is good. I don't need to save any of it because it's all right there. But let's sauce this situation. And I'm not turning the heat on this. We're just moving sauce over from the pan. I'm going to stir this in. Hot? No. Of course it's not hot. Pan's not even on. I just got it out of the cabinet. What are we talking about? Tidy Whities, welcome in. All right. This looks luxurious. I'm going to add a little more sauce here because it's not quite as thick and red as I want it to be. I made a lot more sauce than I needed, which is fine because, like, I'll just freeze it and then we'll have, like, a thing of frozen sauce. All right. Beautiful. I'm going to add a little bit of pasta water in here. Wait, I don't want to use the spoon for that. That was a terrible idea. Let's use this. Let's use this thing. And now I am going to turn this on now, just a bit, to add some water and get that nice and starchy all mixed in. All right. Who's knows? If anyone has the desire to adopt a fully grown 30-year-old woman, feel free to hit me up. Not adopting, but like fostering? Are you up for fostering? Happy Rita's season. Wait. Tidy Whities. Holy shit. Hold on. Was today the first day of Rita's? I'm like waiting for I'm literally waiting for an answer. They opened March 1st. Okay, I missed it. But okay. Good to know. Hey, Gwen, Rita's opened. Oh, she might be upstairs. I thought she was in the living room. Okay, maybe if she is in the living room, she might have fallen asleep. The Sea Cuisine Tilapia. Ooh, I'm starting to become a Costco fan. Lozuli, thank you. If any non-American wants to adopt me, that would be great. We had big Canada vibes all stream today. It's wait. And we talked a little bit about Canada earlier. We talked a lot about Canada earlier. Free Readers Day is next Thursday. We're gonna go ahead and write that down. We're gonna go ahead and write that down. Okay, well, today was Thursday, so Rita's Day. Maybe next Thursday for stream, we do an IRL and we just go to like 7 Ritas. Pasta's good. Turning that off. Let's get this into a bowl and we'll try it. If you foster me and I visit Philly, does that mean you cook me dinner? Yes, food is provided. Take us to Rita's. Liz, just yesterday I was doing some research on. I had the thought to do IRL streams. Of like, hey, let's go to like 5 different cookie stops. Let's go to 5 different places that have water ice. Let's go to 5 different places that have gelato and whatever. Because Philly has a lot of those like niche things. Cannolis was another one. Soft pretzels, Tidy Whities is the other one. A water ice and a soft pretzel on a spring afternoon could fix me. You are from Philly. You don't need to tell me that for me to discern that from your statement. Pretty sure I'll be transrested at the border. Oh my god, Mix. What a fucking fiasco. But yeah, food tours would be ideal. Who knows? Yeah, Crumble's not where I'm at here. Crumble, Insomnia, any of the like chains. I'm talking about like places that only exist here. I need to go to Rhode Island and have water from a bubbler. Yes, we love a bubbler. What a weird term. Rhode Islanders are so funny. Just in general, I love them. Yeah, I wouldn't do, like, I think from a water ice perspective, like, Rita's is a big chain, but, like, they're so ubiquitous in Philly. It's, like, the thing, you know, that you have to, we wouldn't not go to Rita's just because they're a chain. We would definitely go to Rita's because Rita's is ubiquitous in the city and you can't get around it. You can't avoid it. Flipsy Fiona, welcome in, Fiona. Good to see you. Who's Knows says, I barely left the West Coast. Wonder how the luxury to travel. I feel that. I have the opposite. Like, I've barely left the East Coast. I go up and down I go up. I don't want to say down. I don't really go much farther south than, like, Maryland, Delaware, unless I'm on, like, a hiking trip with friends or something. But generally speaking, I've been on the East Coast my whole life. So I feel you, just from a totally different perspective. A little bit of basil. A little bit of that Parmesan that we grated earlier just to get the rind. Beautiful. All right. Insomnia also originated in Philly. Yeah, and in that sense, I would probably go to Insomnia then. I don't think I knew that, but if they're from here, they're a Philly company, that's totally different than the chains, right? And Rita's too. Yeah, Rita's definitely. Rita's is sort of an outlier in this sort of conversation. Never heard of water ice until this stream. It is unique. I don't think I think water ice is pretty unique to Philadelphia. I mean, it kind of spans outward to other states, but it's very, it's everywhere here. What is Rita's? Rita's is, I think they call it's Rita's Italian Ice is like the official name. Italian Ice, yeah, Italian Ice, exactly. We call it water ice because you gotta say it right. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. This is some pasta. It's homemade. It has a sauce. The sauce has chicken sausage and basil and oregano, onion, garlic, crushed tomatoes, red pepper, olive oil, and that's about it. And it simmered for a little over an hour. Here we go. We're going to do this. Hold on. Wait. I'm trying to... There we go. This is dinner. Focused? There it is. I've started making thumbnails for YouTube for the live broadcasts after they air, and that's the YouTube. Got to do the YouTube thumbnail too. Make sure it's in focus. All right, let's try this and then get out of here. Do you eat your pasta with a spoon? You should. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I know there's like trying to make a lot of choices based on geography these days in a world where you didn't really do that before. I'm gonna add some burrata. Burrata would be amazing on this. These are good though. Sauce is good. Not too spicy. It's got like a little bit of red pepper in it. Just like a solid red sauce. Oh my God. I'm going to eat at least 2 bowls of this. Fellas, love the pasta and notes. No ethical consumption. I bought Canadian tomatoes today. I specifically looked at where they were from and was like, let's get these. Also, they were good, and they were the ones that I liked anyway, so that was also helpful. Damn. Okay. So good. I didn't take a picture of this, but I'll take a picture of another one. Or maybe I'll forget. Who knows? We'll see. Well, this was tasty and delicious. It is now 8 p.m. my time. It is absolutely dinner time. I don't know how hungry Gwen is. I don't know how hungry Calvin is, but we're going to get out of here so that I can feed them. Just a little like housekeeping note. We are going to ideally and hopefully be live on Sunday. The stream on Sunday will be from a secret city that's not Philadelphia. It's going to be in the United States. So for those of y'all who are like, are you coming back to Toronto? No. Yes, eventually, but today, this weekend, no. But we will be live. Hopefully live on Sunday with a city stream. Okay, we are going to raid a friend of the stream who we have not yet raided. But hopefully, wait, are they? I think they might be finishing. Actually, no, I think they're finishing. Okay, that's maybe. I'm trying to determine if they're finished or not. Okay, I don't think they're finished. I think they've just gone on for a little while. So we're gonna raid Avo. Avo is a friend of the stream, has been hanging out with us for a little while, and is streaming in food and drink, dough prep for pie day, tonkatsu and curry, maybe marmalade. So it seems like there might have been a lot going on. I don't know if there's still a lot going on. I believe there's still a little bit to go here. So we're gonna raid Avo, and then we will be back again, ideally, hopefully, on Sunday. Thank you for the raid messages. I appreciate having those in chat. There are a few social media links in chat as well. Discord's still the best place to DM me. YouTube would be amazing if you could go subscribe there. I would appreciate it. More active on Blue Sky. If you want to see me bitching at politicians on the public internet, you can go follow me on Blue Sky. Anyway, like I said, we'll be back on Sunday. I'm hoping to start stream on Sunday sometime between, I want to say 10 and like 11:30. I don't really know specifically. But we're going to be in a different city that's not Philadelphia, just walking around for a few hours. That's the goal. Should be fun. I'm going to see a bunch of stuff. Probably eat some food. And hopefully stay out of the rain. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. If you're lurking, I'd appreciate a follow if you're not following already. And if you are hanging out with us for the raid, Avo would appreciate a follow too. They're a relatively new food and drink streamer. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. And if I don't see you on Sunday, I'll see you in chat.